Well, good morning, everyone. It's Monday, September 18th, 2023. Welcome to the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole today. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. And I would make a quick note that Councillor Northcott will be unable to join us today as he's dealing with a family bereavement, and our thoughts and prayers go out to him at this time. There is an agenda before us. I would look for a motion to adopt that agenda or add or delete. Councillor Ratcliffe? I so move. Okay, thank you very much. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Also, the minutes of the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole of the 12th of June, 2023 have been circulated. Would there be any errors or omissions to note? And if there were none, I would look for a motion to adopt those minutes. Councillor Cermak?
Yes, I move to adopt the minutes.
Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us down to item 4.1. We will need a motion to accept electronic delegation today. Councillor Graham, all in favor? Thank you very much. And good morning, Richard. It's Daryl Lougheed here, Reeve, Clearwater County. Richard Collumbine is with ISL Engineering, and I think he's going to have some information for us today. Maybe just because we have a very full room here today, maybe we'll just go around the circle and we'll start with a few introductions and then move into the item with Mr. Martinson. Councillor Graham, please.
Good morning. I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jenny Malhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5, Councillor.
Greetings, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7 Councillor.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Richard and Council. And if I understood the Reeve, you wanted me to get right into the agenda item at this moment?
Well, sure. If you would like to lead us off, that would be just fine.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and again, good morning, Council. Before Anne-Marie gets into sharing the agenda item with Council and introducing and describing the work that we've done at the mine site over the last 8 months, I just wanted to take a quick moment of everybody's time to recognize the efforts that were put in this summer to deliver what I consider a fairly extraordinary outcome of work to reestablish our presence in the heritage world in Nordegg, and of course leading our group, Anne-Marie, but also leading our team in the field, Whitney Wedman, and our seasonal staff, Aspen Kinch, Maddie Challand, and Bailey Hepburn. Tremendous job for what was, our inaugural season of delivering these services for Council. And then I do lastly want to thank the Public Works Operations team in Nordegg, Jesse and Kyle, who provide a tremendous amount of service for maintenance in Nordegg in general, and certainly to our team in maintaining the heritage assets that we operate on behalf of Council for tours and displays. So, and of course, our facilities team, Jay and Robert, who also play a part in our work there. So thank you, Reeve Lougheed, for a moment to recognize all those folks. And I will turn it over to Anne-Marie to lead Council through our agenda item. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm Anne-Marie Bertignoli, Supervisor of Community Services and Agricultural Production, and it is my pleasure today to introduce our delegation, Richard Collumbine from ISL Engineering and Land Services, I did prepare a background here. I see much of this information is actually in Richard's presentation. So in the essence of time and not wanting to duplicate, I'm just going to maybe run through a few things that Richard will not be covering. And that is when Community and Agricultural Services and Community Department received the Heritage role in January of 2023. It was our goal to reopen the mine site for the May long weekend and find a safe and secure route in order to do that. ISL Engineering have been absolutely instrumental in that goal, and I'm very happy to say that we were successful in that goal. And for the 2023 season that ran from May long weekend to September long weekend, we saw about 200 tours go through the mine site, and which was over 1,850 people. We had forecast revenue of about $6,000 would be coming in from our tourists, and we did not go with a ticket sale option that has been the format in the past. We went with donations, so we had both cash donations and a tip-tap donation series, and we're happy to say that we actually received over $7,500 through donations, which will go directly back into the rehabilitation mine site project. You will see that staff recommendation is that this committee could recommend to council approving $200,000 for the 2024 budget considerations to complete our contract with ISL Engineering and to start on the grading and drainage project that will be very important, as Richard will explain a lot of the structural issues at the mine site due to water. Moving on from there, the second project that we are bringing forward today are the mine site trestles. There are 3 trestles in Nordegg, which are very important to the community, and in the essence of finding efficiencies with having Richard and his team out there, we did ask them to do an initial assessment of those trestles to see what it would take to bring them, restore them, rehabilitate them. So that has been done at a high level. We do need more detailed analysis, but the second staff recommendation here is to if we were going to phase out these 3 trestles into 2 phases, because 2 of the trestles are in better repair than the third. And so we are looking for $800,000 for 2024 to address 2 of the trestles. The final item we have here today is a virtual reality project. Most of the committee here has been on the mine site tour, and you'll know that the lower loop, the main industrial part of the tour, is a 3-hour tour. It is a long tour. There are slopes and many steps. And for those with mobility issues, we have had questions about having a virtual reality tour. So we're looking into that, and we have, in that vein, we are in discussions with 2 companies. ISL is one, Kaleidoscope is another. And from those discussions, we are finding that there's many opportunities that virtual reality technology could bring to the county. And that would include, if we find after the assessment and analysis that some of the structures aren't going to be able to be saved at the mine site, that we could actually digitally recreate them. And then we would have them preserved virtually. And so with that, we are still, as I say, in discussions. We've put a placeholder figure in there, somewhere between $30,000 and $50,000 to do the tour and to get the 3D imaging done for any future projects. And that is the 3 projects we have before you. So now I am going to pass it over to Richard Collumbine, who I think is as passionate about this project as we are. You see his screensaver there.
That's right.
Always his screensaver? Yeah. Always, yeah.
He assures us with other clients too.
Yeah. And he'll give you the details, so well, thank you, Richard.
Yeah, thank you, Annie. In terms of sharing here, can I share my screen and that'll, I see the big TV behind you there on the wall. Will that share my presentation? I'll go ahead and try it and we'll see if that works. Unfortunately, I can't share my screen. I did send the presentation over on Friday. If someone got it there that they can present it?
Richard, we're getting a little bit of a audio loop back. I don't know if you're hearing us well, but we're having a little trouble with the clarity with your speech.
Is this any better?
Still a bit of a, I'd describe it as a loop
Okay,
back,
no.
or an echo, or.
Try this. Any better now?
I think it's only in that room.
Is this any better?
Yeah, we're getting our technical crew here to see if there's anything we can do on our end.
Yeah, I can also dial in as well if that's preferred. I'll just try a couple of things while the technical crew. Is this any better?
I think, yes, we've had a major improvement, so if you would like to go ahead, well, forgive me if I interrupt you somewhere in the process if we're having any additional difficulties, but please go ahead with your presentation.
Will do. Is someone able to share my presentation? I can't share my screen here. Oh, maybe I can now. Sorry, one moment. Okay, please let me know if you see my presentation.
Yes, we can see the opening screen for your presentation.
Fantastic, great. So, thank you, Annie, for the introduction. Yes, my name's Richard Collumbine. I work for ISL Engineering as a structural engineer and project manager. And we've been working with Clearwater County on the beautiful Brazeau Collieries mine site. And more recently, we've been collaborating on the pre-mine site trestles. So this presentation will touch on a few items. It touches on the preliminary condition assessment that we completed in 2022, the site, and this year we've started working with Annie and Matt from Clearwater County, which has been fantastic. And we've started the tour route considerations and actually got the tour route going on the site. We've been involved in interpretive signage for the mine site as well. Right now we're looking at an overarching document to look at the conservation strategies for the site, which will guide structural repairs. And incorporated into that is a rubric to help make sure we're incorporating all the important aspects of the repairs and rehabilitation. Also, we've undertaken a point cloud scanning, which is quite impressive, so I'm excited to share that with you all. And geotech, we've engaged a geotechnical engineer as well to help with repair design to provide information on subsurface conditions. And then, as Annie mentioned, where we've started to look at the use of virtual reality and what that could do for the site. Also, the Nordic trestles, we were out on those 3 trestles a few weeks ago, and started a preliminary structural condition assessment there. And then I'll just touch at the end on plans for moving forward. So the preliminary condition assessment was focused on the coal processing structures. I'm not sure wherever everyone is with the site, but these are kind of on the lower levels in quite a clearing, and there's multiple buildings there. A lot of them are the big shiny silver buildings like the ones behind me on my screen. And towards the end of 2021, we're involved in multiple site reviews there to gather a lot of data, and we submitted our preliminary condition assessment report in June 2022. This involved a lot of information regarding issues on the site, and to clarify to clarify the priority of where we see repairs be taking place, we created a risk-based matrix. This is on the screen here. So red is pretty bad and requires intervention relatively quickly, and green would be something smaller which doesn't require as much cost or as much risk. And we use this likelihood on the left and consequence on the top there. So how probable an event is to occur.
Richard,
Yes.
if I could, the slides haven't been toggling through. We're
Okay.
still on the kind of the opening screen here, I think.
Oh, okay, sure.
Sorry about that. It's a little difficult to flip back and forth, but we have basically the picture of the tipple, I believe it is, the opening
Okay.
kind of screen on
Let
ours.
me try this again. Thank you for that. Okay. Let's try again.
Okay.
Are the slides moving now?
Yes, they are.
Fantastic. Right, let's go again. Yes, here's the overview. I won't touch on it again here, but this is what I'll be talking about today. The Brazeau Collieries mine site, the trestles, and the plan to move forward. So yeah, here is an overview of the mine site and the structures we're looking at. It's a lot of the, like I mentioned, the silver, really tin clad buildings like the ones you can see in my background picture. This is the slide I got to where you notified me. So yeah, here's the risk-based matrix. We looked at a likelihood and a consequence. So the likelihood would be how probable an event is to occur on site, and then the consequence would be what that event implies, whether it's an injury, whether a building is still usable, whether there's a service interruption, or if there's a building at risk of collapse. So our initial look in 2022 involved 3 disciplines. There was landscape, civil, and structural engineers. And I guess very high level, because I don't want to take too much of your time here. I could talk about this site for a long time, but it's overland drainage is the issue. So I guess since this site was decommissioned nature's taking it back in a way, and the site was never, I guess, formally graded to have areas to direct overland flow. So what we're finding now is in rain events or storm events, that flow of water through the site and down the hillside is unchecked. And it's creating multiple erosion issues with water flow adjacent to buildings and in some places entering the buildings. And there's also vegetation, which you can see kind of reestablishing and growing in and around the buildings. Also the trails and kind of rebuilding of the trails is important to provide the accessibility, as Annie touched on, and that's lacking right now on the site. Civil disciplines noticed very similar issues regarding the overland flow and the effect it's having on the structures. So on the left here, you can see one of the gabion walls, which is sloughing over and failing. And on the right, it's a little bit of a dark photo, but this is a timber retaining wall, which is also failing due to frost and moisture ingress. And from a structural perspective, we're seeing those same issues. So we found typically from our site work, the buildings are in really good condition, actually, for their age. They're constructed primarily of steel and heavy timber. But the main issues and what's happening is this overland flow is destroying the foundations. So snow build upon the roofs and sloughing down and kind of settling next to the buildings, and then in freeze thaw times that water's entering into the buildings, and there's falling concrete, there's failing retaining walls, and even the building on the left here, which is one of the buildings at the base of the site, this does actually have a global lean to the building. So it's not vertical anymore due to the foundations being either damaged or settling. We created this map, which is probably useful for everyone here to understand where the issues are on site and how many issues there are. So the blue on the blue areas on this site are areas that we wouldn't recommend public access, and there's a repair required before the area can be used again. And the red areas are where we have real concern with structural stability of a building or a structural system within that building. And we've created these, I guess the red is an exclusion zone essentially to limit access, because there's, in some cases here, there is possibility of catastrophic failure of an element or of the whole building. So we used this map. Once we knew that Clearwater County wanted to reopen the tours, we were very keen for the idea because it's a impressive site. And so we used this map, an exclusion zone, in collaboration with the tours that you closed in 2017, and created this new route. So where we had concerns, we rerouted people to make sure that the route was as safe as it could be. Obviously, it's an old mine site. There are going to be always little things that you need to try and mitigate, and people will take on, that risk. But it's a beautiful site that should have public access. And what Clearwater County did. So I was massively impressed. Usually with a lot of clients, we'll tell them what they need to do on the site, and it's a report that gets filed away. But what I found working with Annie and Matt and Jesse and Kyle is they're very attentive and very responsive. So I was really surprised to see once our report was in that they were straight to action here and preparing the site for tours again. So the photo on the left here, you can see there's a new trail in there and a new trail bridge, which just constructed so quickly. It was massively impressive. And on the right here, we recommended that they regrade the ground so it's easier for people to walk on, and use yellow paint to, highlight to the public where there are kind of tripping or snagging or kind of concerns like that. And it was, done really well, really quickly. And like I said, we were very impressed. So after I guess alongside reopening the tour route, we were also involved in interpretive signage for the site. This is one of the typical signs. So Annie provided us the old files that were used for the original signage, and we worked with those and developed them into a format that could be used by modern printing companies, and included the Clearwater County logo on the signage. So there we've been talking with a fabricator, and I think we've had the green light from Annie in terms of design. So we're just going to relay costing for that, and those will hopefully be put into the site for the 2024 season. Okay, and then I guess going forward for the site for repairs and rehabilitation, we're looking at conservation strategies. So this is a designated national historic site. So as we look at how we're going to repair and rehabilitate this site, we look at different intervention strategies, which I won't go into too much, but there are 3 strategies from least intervention to most, the least being preservation. And maybe we stabilize and protect an element through an external means, a rehabilitation involving small repairs or replacement in kind, and then a restoration where it's a more in-depth work to completely rebuild an element. And with that, we've created this prioritization rubric in collaboration with Clearwater County. It's a type of scoring that assesses and articulates specific components and expectations for the assignment. So we considered the risk to the public. That's what we hold paramount as structural engineers. Proximity of any repairs to the tour route, repair difficulty, and historic importance. We're also indirectly going to consider cost and some subjective bias based on Clearwater County's preferences for certain buildings. Okay, and now some of the exciting graphics. This is a point cloud scan, so it's pretty state of the art here. So I guess originally when we did our preliminary condition assessment, we did do a basic survey of the site. But following that, to really understand, the scale of the buildings, all the floor systems, the building systems, we completed what's called a point cloud survey. So this is a piece of equipment which you put down in multiple locations across the site, and it scans all around it in its proximity, and it creates points, like millions and millions of points. So this scan here is made up of all those multiple scan locations, and we've got a really fantastic, I guess it's information which you can also, it's dimensionally accurate, so you can take a lot of information from it. You can zoom right in and get the size of members, which for us is going to be really helpful for design of repairs. It's not photographic, but it does almost provide a digital twin of the structures as well. So we used this point cloud to scan and survey the mine site, and this actually is a little video. So from that point cloud data, I just wanted to share this to show how exciting the site is. Maybe not all of you have been. I'll just let this run for a minute here. So this actually follows the tour route through some of the processing structures here. You can clearly see as we go through these areas, some of the areas that have been touched by Clearwater County for the tour route. So a lot of the yellow painting here has been placed for the tour route. The same with these guardrails as well. They've been put in place by Jesse and his team. Right. And so what did we do with this point cloud scan? What the main goal of the point cloud scan was to understand building shapes, sizes, scale, structural systems, and turn what we see on site into drawings which can be used to show repair details and then can be priced by a contractor and repairs created for the site. So here you can see one of the structures, it's the briquetting plant, and we've turned that point cloud data on the left into a 3D model. It's in a software called Revit, which is a structural software. Once we've created that 3D model, it's pretty straightforward for us to then cut sections through that building and create floor plans. So maybe this is a little technical, but it just shows how quickly we can use that data and turn it into drawings which are going to be valuable for repair. And here you can see one instance here where we're showing an elevation on the left of the inside of one of the buildings, and just that point cloud data, and is confirming via photograph as well that we've got an issue there with the building envelope. So quite an easy way for us to show specific areas on the site which require repair by a contractor. Yeah, and then I guess one of the other things for the site is geotechnical information. So when we look at designing repairs, and because a lot of these repairs are going to be foundation based, we included a geotechnical engineer to do a lot of drilling on site, which has been completed. And we're reviewing their report right now, a draft report, to make sure all the information's in there. And from them, we'll receive technical data, which allows us to then design foundations and repairs for the site. Okay, just a few more slides here to touch on. So virtual reality. Yeah, I was very excited when Annie brought this suggestion to me, and I think it fits the site really well. There are a few things which this would do, I suppose. So first of all, the mobility limitations. The site is obviously uneven, it has steps, it's on a grade, so it's not accessible to all right now. What virtual reality can do is allow people who aren't able to visit the site to still experience it, and it can be quite immersive too in terms of the experience. So what we would do for this is essentially go around the site one more time with a scanner, but it wouldn't capture points. This would capture actually photographic images, and use a specific camera and a specific software called Matterport, which I'll link to in a minute here. But essentially what Matterport does is takes a series of images throughout the site, and you can then add information into those images. So a person would wear a headset, and they'd be able to look around in 3D, look up, down, left and right, and walk through the site at their own pace and progress through it. And then you can add in, it's not just visual, you can add in information. So whether it's the interpretive signage or whether it's a specific piece of machinery that you can provide some history on, that person can get a very immersive experience. Also, you know, as Clearwater County, and I'm sure you've seen during the pandemic and post-pandemic, Nordegg is, you know, it's bustling with energy right now. There's lots of different user groups coming in there, and I think, you know, with the World Wide Web and people trying to explore these smaller communities and what they have to offer, this would be a great addition to add on to maybe a booth inside the museum in Nordegg, but also online as well. So, you know, a lot of people are now having these VR headsets at home and could quite easily take the tour from the comfort of their own home too. So you're going to attract more people who've maybe done the tour online and want to come to the site and have that kind of visceral experience. I can try and share this Matterport link if people will be interested.
Sure, that would be terrific if you would.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. Just adjust my screen. Okay, so this is the Matterport system. This is just a typical site. Hopefully this comes across quite well. So here's the scan. So you can see it on multiple levels. So you can see it in this dollhouse where you can manipulate all the data and look around it, and then you can actually walk around the space. So this is what the camera captures. It's it's quite mind-blowing the first time you see it, I think. So you can look around everywhere in 3D here. So this would be the entrance to the building, and yeah, and then you can click on each of these. It's almost like Google Street View, if people have seen that before, and you can click between these nodes and walk the tour route yourself. So this is showing going down into these stump cross caverns, and it allows you to tour lots of different places in the world, just sat at home. It's quite incredible. I won't go all the way down the site, but yeah, this is the idea of it really, that you can access places that are sometimes for some people inaccessible. And here's a specific node. So it's a navigation node to take you to other places. But these can be anything. If there's an area of importance or significance, you can add a node, and you can add either an external website link, or you could add just text information about that specific item. Okay, I'll just jump back into my slideshow now. Please let me know if we're back in the slideshow now.
I believe we are, yes.
Great. Okay, so that's most of the mine site. I'll just provide a brief update on the 3 Nordic trestles. So we were engaged to do a preliminary structural condition assessment of the 3 trestles. So here's my colleague Julian, and we did an overview, I guess, a walk across them and down and around the underside to really to get a pulse on the structural health of the 3 trestles. We were there for 2 days, August 28th and 29th this year, and we have had a online meeting with Annie just to give her some initial feedback on some safety concerns and some other information for the 3 trestles, but we are still compiling our structural condition assessment report. As we look forward to this one, there are a few other items that we'd like to touch on following our initial assessment, and we've just kind of started conversations with Annie and Matt on that. So to give an overview, I'm not sure how many of the members here have seen the trestles, but they vary in length between 30 and 50 meters approximately, and 4 to 8 or 9 meters in height. And they are typically, trestles 1 and 3 are in pretty good condition. These were built to take the trains and kind of take the coal from the mine site. And so, with no load on them right now, they're almost overbuilt. They're only carrying their own self-weight is what I'm trying to say. So we found trestle 1, which is closest to the mine site, to be in the best structural condition. And in terms of repairing it, just to give some very high-level feedback here, we would probably look at this one we'd be replacing the deck on this one. So you can see the deck members there and some of the supporting beams beneath that. But the actual timber piles, which are the columns that support the trestle, they're creosote covered, and they're performing really well for their age. So we've actually excluded those from our scope of work and just look at repairing the superstructure. Trestle 2 is the longest of the 3. It's 48 meters long. It's probably in the worst condition, likely due to the proximity of the vegetation next to it and kind of lack of sunlight to help dry out the timber. Like, I'm a big proponent of timber and timber structures, but there's some, detailing and some requirements that timber needs to thrive. Unfortunately, I think just with the overgrown nature of this one, and it being in quite a shaded valley and humid valley, and some of the detailing on it, it will need a bit more of an intensive repair. Yeah, you can see some of the photos here where we have some kind of failing braces, some localized failing columns, and it's mostly decay-based, insect-based decay, and kind of moisture decay. Trestle 3 here, similar constructions Trestle 1. It did appear to have some vandalism on this one, on the substructure. On those bottom two left photos, you can see that some bracing members were actually cut and removed from site. You couldn't see them on the site. This one also has an OHV trail running through it. I don't know if that's a legal or illegal trail. And yeah, similar conditions, Trestle 1 with creosote timber piles. So in, yeah, a good condition to be salvaged and saved and repurposed for the community. Okay, and then moving forward, next steps, I think Annie touched on that, but we are, just to give an overview, we're looking at repair strategies in hand with conservation techniques and the designation of the site to come up with repairs for the structures. In 2024, there'll be some short-term and long-term grading improvements to the site, which is the biggest thing on the mine site to fix before we get into structural repairs. And then for the trestles, with Annie's budgets for next year, we need to do a little bit of pre-design there. So there's a tender-ready project for contractors next year. So that would include survey of the structures, a little bit more in-depth structural assessment to provide specific repair details. And we'd have our environmental specialist go out there and take a look at the streams and any kind of notifications that need to happen for repairs over those stream areas and or migratory bird windows and those sorts of things. What else? Yeah, I touched on those points there. Yeah, that's the end of the presentation. Thank you for your attention. Just put the overview here. And yeah, I'll open it to questions. I know Annie and Matt were able to answer questions too, but I'll stay online here also.
Thank you, Richard. I think we may have a question or two already. I'll go to Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I always have lots of questions. And I am super excited about this project, in particular the VHR. A couple of years ago, we went to the Economic Development Conference, and that was one of their huge things that they were talking about is VHR, so that you can not only immerse the people that physically can't do that tour, but obviously the ones from all over the world. And the concept of actually being toured through the mine site by a miner would just be like incredible. The directions you can go with VHR these days is just amazing. And when I was doing some digging on something else, it showed that you can actually hire specialty mine teams to go in VHR or get all those scans that you need in old mine sites, like deep in the mine, so that things you could never ever tour could actually be recorded. So even people that are physically able to do the tour, there's thousands of kilometers of underground structure that we can't put them in. But if we could video some of those and create an immersive experience to actually be able to tour the mine, I just think it's limitless of what can be achieved. And it also gives the ability to actually tell the stories. We were lucky enough to go on one of the tours and hear some of the stories. For example, the way that the town got Christmas presents based on adding extra rock to the coal carts. Like, those are stories that deserve to be told, and you could do that in a VHR experience. So I'm super excited about that. I'm also very excited about the trestles and how they could potentially tie in with some of the other trail initiatives that Clearwater County is working on. Are the trestles part of the historic stamp, or is that something Like, are we gonna have to
No.
follow their federal historic rules in order to rebuild those?
Not as far as I'm aware. I think we have requested existing files so we can try and dig a little bit more into, you know, their origin, their dates, their species, but in terms of any designations, we're not aware of any historic designations on those trestles.
Because it's my understanding that that makes the rebuilding of things like that a little bit more difficult because you have to follow different rules. But if not, then that's something that our Public Works and Ag Services Department did wonderful with the Tauntaun Bridge. So I would
Right.
absolutely love to see those as part of our trail inventory as well. This is a super exciting project. Sorry, Reeve, I rattled on.
No, that was good, thank you. Additional questions or comments? I would just maybe share my initial, I was shocked at the condition of that site after being essentially abandoned for almost 70 years. In remarkable condition. I think it's great that we have a resource there. I think something else is very important to, when we look at preserving things, is to get those comments from the people that were out there and actually worked that site, or the family of people before those people are unable to share those stories. It's great to have those first-person comments around how this was used and how important it was to the overall community and the development of our region. I think a really precious resource. Not only the physical resources we see here, but those oral stories would be terrific to have some level of preservation of that. I'll go to Councillor Swanson and then back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
I concur. This is a very exciting project and preservation. This actually maybe go to Matt Nanny. In regards to coal mine tours in Alberta, we know we're not the only coal mine. There's an opportunity for other tourism opportunities. Is there a way to collaborate on the virtual reality end of things with them too? Or is there any way to possibly link to create more, I guess, you know, you have your tours, right? So it's like the coal tour or whatever else. I know we briefly talked about it on our tour, but has there been any more information that we could link to other coal mines?
Mr. Martinson?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Swanson. I think, generally speaking, we're also, you know, in conjunction with reestablishing our heritage presence, we're reestablishing or establishing our collaborative presence regionally and provincially. You know, we've already got a fairly good relationship established with one of next to our tour. Of course, we think our tour is the best in Alberta, but the second best could possibly be the Atlas Coal Mine in Drumheller. We've had meetings with them. They graciously helped us train our staff this spring. And so we have eyes to also establish relationships with other comparable sites like Grand Cache. And so with those partnerships comes opportunities not only for collaboration, as you pointed out, but also for aggressively pursuing grant funding. And sometimes the best way to do that is in a regional partnership as well. So I think without having any detail at this point, generally speaking, we are preparing, and that's the work that ISL is helping us do, to be able to establish what a project could look like, what could many projects look like, and essentially going to the market of grants and saying who wants to pay for what and help us establish priorities. You know, I think one thing Richard's done for us is help us ease our anxiety that we can do this safely, and we can progress step by step towards having a site that's maintained and managed for today and the future in perpetuity, hopefully. And so we know that we can't do everything this year, we can't do everything next year, but what we can do is have the ability to establish projects, and when we get opportunities like grant funding, like partnerships, unfortunately like events that might degrade things faster than what we hoped, we can really seize on those opportunities, leverage the work we've done ahead of time, and be efficient with resources when we do that. So thank you for the question, hope that helps.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm not going to repeat the comments of the other councillors, which I certainly agree with. And I have heard strongly from the community how important preservation of this site is. And I'm thrilled to see the progress so far. If the trestles aren't part of the historic site itself, what is the likelihood that grants could be available to preserve them?
Mr. Martinson?
I don't think it necessarily works against us for seeking grants if the structure's formally outside the footprint of our heritage site or historic heritage designation, because that's sort of what we're talking about, kind of within or without the footprint. And for the most part, you know, we believe they're outside. That doesn't mean that their importance, heritage-wise, or to the site, or to the community, or to recreation is diminished. And I think often grants will look at that as well. You know, there could be certain grants from certain granting authorities that are specific to within footprint projects, but I think we're confident that we could find potentially opportunities to get some partner funding on those trestles. And again, not to be redundant, but that is part of the need or rationale to do this work up front, so that we can have, you know, tender-ready projects or shovel-ready projects or partner-ready projects. Hope that answers the question.
Great, thank you.
And Deputy Mayor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. When answering their questions, you pretty much answered mine. Are we seeking out as many grants as possible? And it definitely sounds like you guys are already on top of that. And Clearwater County historically has been very good at partnering with whatever granting agency happens to be doing that. So it's great to hear you're already all over that. So I won't even have to ask it.
I just wanted to say that Whitney is putting together quite a robust list of grant opportunities that she's researching, both provincial and federal. So yeah, we are definitely on that.
Mr. Martinson?
I would add, you know, around the trestle discussion, they are a liability, as Richard mentioned. They are a part of, you know, you could say they're a part of the rail trail network within the hamlet, whether we like it or not. You know, they're already integrated into a system where if they were to just be left, or we were to demo them out, we would have 40-meter gaps where people are sort of heading and used to heading. So, you know, our realization that we needed to hustle these into discussions was, we're at a little bit of a D-Day, if you will, in a sense that for the most part, they're in salvageable shape, is what the experts are suggesting. And that may not be the case in a year, 2 years, 4 years, especially with the, when you ignore something, people treat them like that. And I think, you know, that symbolizes the attitude where someone's hacked off a chunk of them for their man cave, likely, for lack of a better word. And so we, you know, not to use fear to seek a decision from council, but I feel like that is part of the facts that you need to consider, you know, in conjunction with how we have to sort of deal with these important but diminishing assets in some instances. So thank you for allowing me to make that point.
Thank you, Mr. Martinson, and I'm glad you mentioned the Atlas Coal Mine in Drumheller. I had an opportunity to tour that this summer, and it was impressive to see the work that's been done there. And I can see the importance of targeted preservation efforts here to be able to preserve these features. A stitch in time is worth 9, and I think ultimately having some of those baseline efforts to preserve these structures for future generations to understand their roots, I think is important. Additional questions? Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, I'm still a little puzzled on the trestles. They're going to be incorporated into our walking tours, and they will be able to be used by all-terrain vehicles on the trail that goes through Nordig and up on top of the hill and stuff? Or can you explain that to me a little better?
Mr. Martinson?
Yeah, no, and that's a great question, Councillor Cermak. So I think, you kind of remember as we headed into the mine site, we kind of have the opportunity to go under one of these trestles, and so there's that trestle and an additional one. They're already sort of a part of the rail trail network that comes from our industrial area where we have the current western terminus of the rail trail. From there, it does sort of go through that area, including those trestles. Now there's alternative areas that you can go directly into Nordig on, but that is also a part of it. There is a third one that Richard mentioned that's a little more tied into the rail line that went into the mine site, and it's not necessarily integrated, but it is the closest trestle to the mine site, and it is sort of, I believe, kind of blocked off from public use at this moment, but it certainly would be part of a future historic Nordig walking tour that would take you potentially up Snob Hill and other known areas of Nordig. I think discussions with the community and even council and those interested, there is a worry that we're losing the historic understanding of areas that buildings don't stand on and where things were. And so there is potential future for additional use of those trestles, but in a certain way, especially for 2 of them, they're already integrated in the existing trail use of the community, if that helps.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Just looking at some of the staff recommendations here, my curiosity is with the $800,000 number, I'm curious how far you anticipate that actually getting you on those on that trestle work. Is that preliminary, or is that actual, like, getting people potentially be able to safely use these structures?
Go ahead, please.
Yes, so the $800,000 figure, it comes from the initial assessment that ISL have carried out, but they do need to do some more detailed assessment. So it is a bit of a placeholder high-level figure. We're hoping to refine that. So that phase 1 for the 800,000, we're hoping to address number 1 trestle and number 3 trestle, and they are the trestles that are in the best repair, saving the middle trestle, number 2, which is in the poorest repair for 2025. It was a number that Richard and I kind of worked out together, but we are hoping to bring it down, and also if there are grants available to offset those costs, they'll certainly be incorporated as well.
Absolutely, thank you. Subsequent?
Go ahead, please.
I'll happily make the motion, actually, that the committee recommends the council considers approving $800,000 for phase 1 of the Nordig Trestle Restoration Project in the 2024 Ag and Community Capital Budget during upcoming budget deliberations.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. We have been criticized for actions of our predecessors in not acting in time to save some of this historic site. So I think this is the time for action. And I will support that motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Any additional comments relating to the motion before us? If not, I guess I would call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. Richard, thank you for joining us. Any additional or final thoughts? Oh, sorry. Oh, is there? Sorry. I guess there are more than one recommendations here. There's also the council considers approving $200,000 to complete phase 2 of the mine site rehab project. Any thoughts around that? Councillor Graham?
I was just gonna make that motion, so I
Okay.
will happily make that motion.
Okay. Discussion? Councillor Swanson, please.
When we're discussing phase 2 of the project, is that the more upper, closer to, could you maybe give us a few more details on what phase 2 would entail, please?
Yes, so we are in the middle of phase 2, which is the assessment and the analysis of the structures. As we get more reports coming in, both from the geotech, the structural, the civil, and the landscape, everything's going to come together in order to get us shovel ready for 2025, 2027 to implement the actual rehabilitation. So for 2024, we're looking at wrapping up all that analysis, knowing exactly what we're going to need to go forward, and also to start with the grading and the drainage, because that is paramount.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Eve. I have been so impressed with your department, like when taking this on and going from something that looked like we were not gonna have tours, maybe ever, to the Discovery Center is open, you're doing mine tours, like the community is buzzing with it, and I'm so impressed with what your team has done, and you did it without even adding more staff to your arsenal. So like, well done, and I'll happily be supporting this motion as well.
Additional comments, questions? Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I should ask this question when grading is involved. It's gonna be a request for tender process, I'm assuming, to do the grading and everything. It won't be the contractors locally. Just making sure I can actually make this motion and
Sure.
vote on this.
This is a very specialized operation that, ISL is going to be helping us through the process. The geo work was done by a very specialized group that have done mine sites. And I mean, Richard was probably annoyed with all the questions that I asked about, are they going to bring groundwater up? Are they going to collapse our mine site? And they're very gracious. So without really getting ahead of our technical data and the advice that we get from our experts, I'm going to say this is going to be tendered out, and the structure of the tender is going to include having a lot of experience in working in this. And I would at first glance, likely that would mean that any local involvement would be as a sub through an awarded tender process, at this point.
Okay, thank you. I just don't wanna cross any lines there, so that's my only question.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions on the motion before us? I call that question then. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Richard, thank you for joining us this morning and a great presentation. We're very excited about this, the future of this site. Any additional Mr. Martinson? Oh, sorry, we got lights everywhere. I'll go with Councillor Swanson first.
There's a third recommendation, so I will make that
I
third
must-
recommendation that council, the committee can recommends to council considering allocating funds for phase 1 of a virtual reality tour project in the 2024 Ag and Community Capital Budget during the upcoming budget deliberations.
Thank you for that, Councillor Swanson. Question, or any feedback on that motion? If not, I call that question. All in favor? And that's carried as well. I don't know how many times I need to say this. Richard, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate the efforts put into this so far. and we're excited about the future here. Any closing comments that you'd, or opportunity for you to close this out?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of things to touch on. I will say that ISL was involved in the rehabilitation of the Atlas coal mines too, and the tipples and some of the trusses there. So you're in good hands with us. We're very familiar with heavy timber and heritage and restoration. So just wanted to note that as you look at Atlas as maybe somewhere you aspire to be sit alongside in terms of tours. Just very happy with Annie and Matt. Yeah, I know you've also seen how quickly they've taken action here and what they've done on this side, but I'm also, like from a consultant side, also very impressed. So just wanted to second that. And then the trestles, really happy that those are part of the funding as well. They're big, beautiful structures, and I think those, like, timber naturally draws people in. Kids want to touch it, people want to walk on it, and it's with the proximity to the town site there. I think it's only going to add to what people want to do and how they want to explore to explore Nordic. So very excited to see that happen and see how it changes the landscape again for the better.
Thanks again. And Mr. Martinson, was there anything you wish to add? No. Well, thank you very much. And with that, we'll probably take a short break here and be back at 20 after 10, please. Welcome back, everyone. We continue through our agenda for the day, and we're on to item 5.1, and that's from our CAO office. And I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Emmons, and he can introduce this item, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Committee. This item is about a topic we talked about informally, and I wanted to bring it forward for this committee's consideration. That the Strategic Planning Committee recommend council approves an increase to the CAO office 2024 operating budget to fund a new full-time administrative assistant floater resource position. So the background behind this agenda, in the past, we've seen many shortages in every department, be it maternity leave, medical leave, something as simple as holidays, leaves us shorthanded. The other part that weighs in is Clearwater County Administration did a morale survey. This position is integral in opening up opportunity for cross-training interdepartmentally. And something I deem very important is exposure for our staff. A lot of our administrative staff are denied the opportunity to even get out in the field and see what actually happens, which only increases their ability and the quality of answering the phones as a service to our residents when they have a greater understanding of what that service is, how it's impacted, gives them more education to address the concerns when answering those phones. So at a high level, that's the background behind this position. This position is intended to fill those needs throughout the entire organization. It is also intended to answer to Tracy Lynn as a legislative services coordinator. Every position needs a spot, a home, and a direction. And one concern identified through this process was being bounced is who it ever answers to. So it would always land at Tracy Lynn for direction. And of course, while it's in the department, it would answer accordingly. For example, if Amber in assessment under corporate is out with Darren on an inspection, that position would answer to Rob at that time. So that's the structure and need, and I open up to the committee for conversation.
And the first light goes to Councillor Swanson.
I'm curious, is there a particular department that would, or do you think there would be departments that would probably utilize this person more than others? Or would it be spread around equally among the departments? Where do we see that this person would fill in the gaps the most, I guess, is where I'm asking. I know it's at a high level, we see the inefficiencies, or we see the efficiencies of, like you said, maternity or vacation, et cetera. But I'm just curious, would it be, do you feel it would be more in the corporate or more in the public works, ag services? Just curious.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Lloyd, and thank you for the question. I honestly see the need for 3 of these positions. So it's extremely hard to answer. At this very moment, we have a vacancy in public works. We have a vacancy in corporate services. We are shorthanded in ag. I can see arm wrestling over this. And sadly, I'm not joking. That's right now, Councillor Swanson. So yeah, I see it really in high demand everywhere. Because that's a snapshot now, is 3 departments could easily use. So you're welcome.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham, please.
Honestly, I would support 3 of these positions. I think this is gonna be so valuable. I'm very fortunate this is kind of what I got to do when I worked at the county, because I would go from busy department to busy department, and it was so beneficial, especially sitting in this seat. I'm so thankful I did that. But just as CAO Emmons was saying, with the admin people being able to get out in the field, honestly, the value that that has is, like, I can't even describe how valuable that would be for people, because there's so much going on here and you just have no idea, even when you're working here, you have no idea all the things that are going on. And I think it could save us from having to hire multiple people, you know, having someone working part-time here, someone working part-time here, having one person that just jumps from place to place and can go wherever they're needed, I think would potentially save us in the long run. And it's important for people to remember too, that when they want the service levels to increase, the staffing needs are gonna increase. So I think we're constantly being asked to increase service levels, and this kind of comes hand in hand with that. So I'll actually, you know what, I'll make the motion that the Strategic Planning Committee recommends council approves an increase to the CAO office 2024 operating budget to fund a new full-time administrative assistant floater resource position.
Thank you for that motion. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. What's the driver that we have 3 departments looking for some extra help? What's pushing that?
Mr. Emmons?
Okay, without digging too deep into the HR world to answer that, I will say Ag and Community, as pointed out earlier, has taken on huge extra workload and has not added staff, which is downloaded on everybody, and that is dated. Staff can only take so much so long. So they've been running short because they've actually, they're positioned down. Taking on that, there was a former employee that didn't go over there with the service, and they've taken it on anyway. So they're a position down. They could use that filled. Corporate is under a medical leave right now at the front end, and same with Public Works. So that's the picture right now, and those are situations. I can't say driver, but when in an organization of this size, it's not uncommon at any given time. You would have a maternity leave, a mat leave, simple holidays, any of those. So it's more situational than driver, if that helps explain.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead, and then I'll go to the Deputy Reeve.
It sounds like we're looking for a superstar to take on this role in so many different areas. So would this mean that we don't need to hire any temporary help for maternity leaves, that we would be able to, reduce that cost of hiring temporary workers?
I would suggest it would augment it. I would never be so bold as to say it wouldn't happen. As I stated, right now we're 3 positions down. One position fills one position. So it would fill a void. And the hope is, if we didn't get 3 at one time, if it was staggered, it could actually bounce and save exactly what Councillor Graham described. Right now, we're 3 down at one time. Staff do a phenomenal job at picking up the slack. It could even be a situation, because it's also situational dependent, that there was a position where it was extremely busy. For example, permit clerk. Oil is extremely busy right now. Losing that position is integral. It's a busy season. It could go there, and perhaps then it would be less weight on another department to pick up the slack on another position at that moment. It would create those opportunities, but I would never say it just wouldn't happen.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Partway through this year, we did a budget adjustment for a position within the CAO office. Is that not working out, and this is to fill in that? Because we already have done a budget adjustment for staff in the.
And if I may, that budget adjustment was creating the legislative coordinator position, and the this is about filling those other voids throughout the entire organization.
Okay, thank you for the clarification on that. Follow-up?
Please.
My concern is similar to what Councillor Ratcliffe was saying regarding a superstar. Does not make them, as the saying goes, a jack of all and a master of none. Perhaps it would be better off for us to fill positions where needed in those departments where they're needed, because it's really difficult for somebody to go from, say, something in corporate services to then turn around and do permit clerking in public works, or I would assume it was. I've done neither of those things, but I would assume that the learning curve could be difficult going from department to department to department.
Mr. Emmons?
Actually, I think for the right personality, it could be exciting. I'm looking forward to the opportunity from feedback from that individual, actually, because there's nobody that would have that level of crossover to actually have a debrief with that individual and look for efficiencies from department to department, processes from one department to another, where it can be augmented, complemented, where we can look for consistency. I think that individual would be extremely blessed in actually learning a lot, where a lot of us are specialized and don't see what's on the other side of that fence, so to speak.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I certainly see a benefit to having that cross pollination, if you would, throughout our organization. I think it leads to better service delivery if you have knowledgeable people working there. However, I do know that Superman and Wonder Woman are fully booked, but hopefully we can find the right person for such a role. Councillor Graham, please.
If I can speak maybe from not my counselor hat, but from doing the department, although granted I was like bottom of the totem pole doing not administrative things so much, but you're still learning all the different jobs. This is kind of a unique circumstance because everything ties together here. So, you know, you're doing, I don't know, I don't have an example in my head, but you're doing, you're seeding for ag services. And then you go and you're creating, you know, working for construction, and you're using those borrow pits, and you're seeing why you have to seed those ditches because they've been rebuilt. And because all of those things tie together, and it's also a very supportive environment here, it's not difficult to catch on, and we have so many capable people in our community. I truly believe the right person will be easy to find for this job, and because of the environment that it is here, they'll be very supported. And I don't know if that helps alleviate your guys' concerns at all or anything, but just from my experiences back in the day, I think it will be a very, very possible thing to do.
Thank you, and I'll go to Ms. Serhan, please.
Yeah, I'll just add a little bit from the administrative perspective in that one of the things, finance is actually down 3 people right at this moment. So not only ag services down 1 and public works down 1, but finance is down 3. And we haven't had a full staff complement for over 2 years. So, and it hasn't been one single thing that's been happening in finance for the 2 years. It's been multiple things. So you hire a temporary contract for 6 months to cover this one, and then that person goes and finds a different job somewhere else. So you're having to retrain a new individual to take the next cover off, when if you could have a person that even though they're learning something new in each department, at least they're gonna know the basics of each department and be able to answer the phone and know what departments there are and who kind of looks after each thing, and at least be able to gather that information and give out basic information. The longer they stay in that position, of course, the more knowledge they're gonna have. But I know just the basics of answering the phone and knowing who works here is a big learning curve for most individuals. And then learning how to do a permit and a cash receipt and all of those things, just to save that knowledge within the organization would be of great benefit.
Thank you for that. I know it certainly takes a while to understand the intricacies of an organization and the faces that you need to deal with. I know I've been hanging around here for 6 years or so, and I've learned something every day, and it's a great organization. Councillor Swanson?
I support this. I think this is a great way to introduce new people to our organization. And who knows, maybe after a year of being in this position and they would like to apply internally to, or apply to other positions within the department. They've already got that knowledge. They're hit the job running. I think it's a great way to define the skill sets, or develop the skill sets as they go to, if they need to. I think it's it'll fit perfectly.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion before I call the motion before us? All right then, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us into corporate services, item 6.1, corporate services information technology, and maybe I'll turn the floor or across the room and we can introduce this item. Oh, sorry, Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee members. While Clearwater County obviously is a service-oriented organization, most of our departments are occupying their time delivering services to our residents and our businesses. Corporate services is rather unique in that the vast majority of our service is internal, supporting those other departments in their delivery of services. As we move through time, more and more we're relying on technical support through information technology. And through increasing service levels in those other departments, coupled with rapidly increasing change in technology itself, and given the physical separation of our departments, we're reaching a tipping point with our IT support. We currently have a manager and 2 systems analysts, one of whom is with us today. Mr. Willigan, I've asked him to join us in case the committee had any specific questions or looking for some examples that he could provide more detail on. Going forward, we're finding that our service level internally is increasing. As you'll see in the presentation that's upcoming in terms of our support tickets, as well as ad hoc requests. And we make those a priority to address those things because we know that it gets in the way of delivering service and getting business done. Going forward, there will be increased cost to provision of IT services. We will have to bump up overtime even more. That's not a long-term solution. As noted in the agenda item, we've already surpassed our budgeted overtime halfway through the year, dealing with those ad hoc requests and so forth. So with your permission, perhaps I'll move into the presentation that goes into some of these issues in a little bit more detail.
Please, if you would.
So I think I've touched on a few of these items in the introduction here already. One additional item that is there in the third item is that while we're focused on addressing ad hoc concerns and problems that users are having, we also want to make sure that we stay on top of the technology changes. That requires education and the time dedicated to be able to afford that. And that's one of the things that gets jeopardized when we're solving problems all the time instead of sitting back and looking ahead and planning for the future. So the growth of the county services and our infrastructure, we're seeing increased help desk calls, as you'll see a graph coming up in this presentation. I don't think it'll be any surprise to any of the members in the committee or on staff that we've got increased security threats and management of those threats. I believe roughly 60% of the incoming email is filtered out by our software to prevent some of that security breach potential. We've added 150 new users over the last 3 years, primarily in fire rescue services. They didn't previously have county email addresses. What we found is they are county employees, but they were sometimes being left out of the loop on job opportunities, other announcements, that sort of thing. So to improve communication across the entire staffing complement, including that department, we added those on. as well as we make sure that all employees that are particularly remotely located, like our transfer stations and so forth, have access to email. That all comes with a cost in terms of a price as well as time and effort to support that. The new buildings coming on over the last number of years in order to manage increased service levels require time to travel between those buildings sometimes and physically attend to the machinery and correct it. As I mentioned, new technology, adapting to that. We're going away from so much being in-house on our servers to much more being in the cloud or software as a service, and we need to do contract negotiations and management on that. Marked increase in ad hoc requests, and this isn't a criticism, it's a reality. We recognize that these ad hoc requests are either that something is down and needs to be fixed rather rapidly so that we don't affect service delivery, or it could be new things coming along. One good example was mentioned this morning with the transition of the mine site support and getting those tours up and running again. IT played a critical role in that in terms of getting the Discovery Center connected and so forth. So again, we recognize the importance and we need to reprioritize, address those ad hoc requests as they come up. Unfortunately, what that means is more risk to the organization because we don't have the time or the resources to be sitting back and assessing what needs to be updated and so forth. So those routine kind of things tend to go onto the shelf and may not get addressed for some time. Again, that increased risk. So going on to the next slide, this visually demonstrates, I believe, the increase in our support tickets over the last few years. The blue bars indicate the number of support tickets coming in. The green indicate our ability to address those. You'll notice in the second year, while it shows that we didn't address them all, they do get addressed, but they may spill over into the next year. So dramatically, you can see that our number of tickets have gone up. And please note that in 2023, that's year to date. So we're seeing significant items. Another good example of technology changing and problem solving is the audiovisual equipment in this room. I think it works extremely well, but it does need support. We saw that this morning. IT is available to help us with that. But again, something else is waiting in the meantime. Please don't hesitate to stop me if you have any questions along the way. I asked the IT team to put together a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. I'll go through these fairly quickly, but please stop me or slow me down if I'm going too fast. So the strengths that we're currently looking at with our IT service is that we have strong technical expertise. The addition of an additional IT professional brings even more knowledge, in-depth skills to the team, can teach our folks some things in terms of recent changes, allows our current staff to have an opportunity to teach and develop a new staff member as well. Increased efficiency and productivity by streamlining processes, automating tasks, optimizing workflows. Again, cybersecurity. An additional IT professional can strengthen the organization's security measures, protecting our sensitive data and mitigating cyber threats, as we discussed. Providing effective IT infrastructure management, added position would help ensure smooth operation and maintenance of the organization's IT infrastructure, try and avoid those downtimes. And a very positive item is that with the recent renovations that we've done in creating more IT space, we've got room that we can house somebody without incurring extra costs there. In terms of weaknesses, this will take an initial investment. There'll be some upfront costs, hiring, getting a desk set up, some training and so forth. We'll have to overcome some integration challenges in terms of the systems that we're currently using, the experience that a new member brings into that, and working through and sharing information across the team. And again, covering that skill gap, we may find that we need to bump up that training at least in the beginning so that that person is able to help with ad hoc requests, support tickets, that sort of thing, to free up our more experienced technicians with that forward-looking cost and problem avoidance issue.
Perhaps a question from Councillor Radcliffe.
Certainly.
Thank you, Reeve. As far as weakness goes, what is our weakness now? What types of issues are not being dealt with? What areas do we need the most help?
As a layman, not being an IT professional, I would say staying on top of the security threats, on top of our regular maintenance routines, backup routines, that sort of thing. Mr. Welligan, is there anything that you could identify to add to that?
Go ahead, please.
Yes, most of the overtime I put in this year is just trying to catch up to system updates, firmware updates on hardware. I probably have a few months worth of work just getting our security to where I'm comfortable with it, not to where it should be. That's just me being comfortable. And I don't have time, and I can't put that much overtime in with a family at home to get us there.
Thank you, and I'll go back to Mr. Hagan.
Thank you. In terms of threats, we've talked a little bit about the rapid technological advancements. Keeping up with those evolving technologies can be challenging. We have ongoing training and investment to stay relevant, as well as taking some more time. Talked about cybersecurity risks. We must remain vigilant and adapt security measures accordingly. The bad actors out there are talented and creative and using new techniques all the time, and we need to stay on top of that. One thing we haven't talked about is talent retention. Recruitment, retention of IT professionals, as with some other positions, is particularly hard in a rural area. They tend to be more readily available in more urban centers. So that has been a challenge for us. We want to be able to provide our existing staff with the challenges that will motivate them to want to stay with the organization and grow with it, both professionally and personally. Organizational growth, constant change in terms of services, types of services, and it ends up being insufficient staffing to fulfill all of our ad hoc requests, although we absolutely do our best, and that's when we get into the overtime issues as well for our dedication to answer those problems. Opportunities, digital transformation. This IT position can help drive digital transformation initiatives, enabling the organization to leverage emerging technologies, gain a competitive edge, and that's where we see those efficiencies coming back not only to IT and corporate services, but helping all the departments find those efficiencies so that they can work more productively at a lower cost. Innovation and growth by implementing new IT strategies and solutions, and again, we need the time to explore those and understand them and put them into place. We can foster innovation, create opportunities for growth and expansion. And improve customer experience. Leveraging the IT capabilities can enhance customer interactions, improve service delivery, build stronger customer relationships. So in summary, what we're looking at is, with the addition of this position, maintain the productivity for existing staff, both in IT and throughout the organization. Improve our response time, enhance our support services further, knowledge sharing within the area and within the team, focus on complex issues that come along to allow us the time to work through those problems, maintain our cyber data security, training and mentorship opportunities, efficient and effective IT department, and in turn, all departments, and overall organizational benefits. If there are any other questions, we'd be happy to address them.
Sure. I'll go to Deputy Reeve Melhoff and then back to Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. In the previous staffing presentation, it was mentioned that staffing numbers are down. You guys are trying to fill positions. Is the same to be said in the IT department? Do you have some vacant positions as well?
Fortunately, we don't at the moment. If we did, Mr. Willigan would be sleeping here at night. So we've been able to manage, but again, that's a risk that we face, because should we have a vacancy right now, that could really jeopardize our ability not only to address the ad hoc concerns, but also to address those security issues and so forth that we talked about. So that is a very valid risk that we face, but fortunately right now we don't have any vacancies.
Subsequent?
Please.
The reason I ask is we talk about these vacancies, and yet on the county's website, only firefighters are posted as a position that we're hiring for, and yet we've got all these vacancies. Would we not be actively recruiting for these positions that are vacant?
Not necessarily. Some of them are maternity leaves that we're expecting staff back soon, so we haven't posted those recently.
Okay.
Some of them we've delayed posting because we've got a lot of other activity and just haven't had time to go through that process. Some have been recently posted, some have been filled, and we're moving on. So it's really a snapshot in time.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. What are the nature of these ad hoc requests that are coming in? And then what sort of time do they usually take?
With your permission, Mr. Chair, I will ask Mr. Welligan to address that because he's probably got some good examples.
Go ahead, please.
So we have anything from a new user coming on, which requires getting a PC ready, phone system, getting them a phone number, to a printer's not working, to like the museum coming up. That was, we sort of knew about it was coming, but we didn't know when, and when we had that, we had to act on it, so we get out there, get that built. And then, you know, there's a whole bunch of infrastructure we have to put in the building to make sure it's connected, test it, make sure that when staff walk into that building, everything's functioning as expected. So those ad hoc requests can be anywhere from like, oh, I spent 15 minutes with a person, to I've spent a week getting a facility up and running so that staff can function in that building. So it really depends on the request. And it's so. Oh, yeah, EOC or the ECT, like that one took Peter away for weeks. Yeah, weeks. So again, now that leaves me, I'm setting all my projects aside, which can be like getting switches up to date or making sure a server spun up for a service that we need to bring in. And I'm just answering phone calls and making sure people's mice are working, or, you know, replacing monitors, doing desk moves. So it's everything I need to do gets pushed aside for that week. So that puts all those projects behind by another week.
Okay, can I carry on?
Sure.
Yeah. How many positions are there currently now? How many people are working in IT?
3. There's a manager and 2 systems analysts.
Oh, okay, so we're down.
It is a small team.
Yeah, and we get a lot done with the 3 of us. Like, it's just when I first started here, it was 2 of us, Daryl and I, and the county has kept growing and growing, and we keep feeding more services to the organization, which is great because it's grown a lot. But I think we've kind of hit that point where we can't keep that many balls in the air.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham.
I guess for me, this is as simple as the last one. Increased service levels means increased staffing, especially when it comes to security. That's the one that we need to be up on our security, or that would be a catastrophic disaster for everyone. So I would fully support this as well.
Thank you. And then Councillor Cermak.
I see during all your presentation, there's no mention of, excuse me, for education of our people on these cyber attacks. Is there any ongoing education that we're doing to keep up to date? Because I just heard on the news here that Las Vegas just got attacked. MGM and Caesars, they had to shut down They lost, what did they estimate, $8 billion in less than a week? Do we have training set up for our people?
Absolutely, that's a great question and an observation. We absolutely do have that training in place. And again, we also want to manage that risk that Councillor Melhoff addressed in terms of making sure we have somebody available that can address something if it happens. Best case scenario is to try and avoid it in the first place. And that's why I want to make sure that while we're addressing the ad hoc requests that are coming in, we're also able to afford the time to prevent those problems from happening in the first place. Mr. Welligan, is there anything you want to add in terms of the training related to cybersecurity?
Both Peter and I have taken a couple really good courses on security training from a company here in Canada. It brought to light some steps that we need to take to really solidify things, and we've slowly over the last couple of years been inching towards getting some of those best practices in place. Like I'm in no worry, I'm not worried about us security wise, but there is like some things we want to keep moving forward with that. And again, having this position just frees up my time and Peter's time to start engaging and getting those, getting in front of staff to help them understand the security risks, and getting those other back end things that are invisible to most end users that require a lot of our time in place so that they can do their job in confidence that they're not putting the county at risk.
I think just for the threats that are available out there and how smart people are getting using computers, I think this position is a must. I'm in favor of it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cermak. I know that quite often I get the feedback that our population has remained relatively stable, yet our demand for services has increased. And I believe IT is one of those areas that people are demanding better and more services. It's got a focus, and ultimately we set up walls to protect ourselves from that, but there are things always trying to creep up and over that wall. And I appreciate being ahead of the curve and being prepared for those kind of attacks that we know we sometimes get the focus on here as being local government. Let's go to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I can see where keeping up on security is probably the most challenging part because some of this stuff is state-sponsored and it is very difficult. I have a concern that we're asking the taxpayers to spend over $100,000 to compensate for $7,500 in overtime. Are there options to outsource some of this, especially in the security, where that is simply their specialty instead of bringing in more people? Although the three number seems kind of low to me.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, as Mr. Welligan touched on, we're already contracting out support in the area of security through the firm that he mentioned, and they provide us training, they provide us support, analysis of our system, testing of it, evaluation of the steps we're taking in our plans going forward. So we are definitely making use of that. Where I think we would run some risk is in terms of timely response. We really need somebody here that can address the issue, bring in extra help if we need it, but having that support on site, again, so that we can address these things on a more proactive basis instead of waiting for something to happen necessarily and then scrambling to resolve it. We want to prevent it from happening in the first place. So contracting out is usually an option. I would say it's somewhat less effective in this case. And again, what we would jeopardize is that overall growth and development of our existing staff as well.
Yes, okay, and I would think allowing our specialists to deal with the higher level tasks and having more people to deal with the day-to-day issues would, again, increase efficiency.
Agreed.
All right, thank you.
Additional comments, questions? Councillor Graham,
How about a motion, Reeve Wahid?
how about that?
All right.
That'd be perfect.
I'd like to make a motion that the Strategic Planning Committee recommends council approves an increase to the Corporate Services 2024 operating budget to fund a new full-time IT professional position.
Thank you for that. Discussion, Councillor Swanson, please.
I'm in support of this position. I believe it's not only does this position will help with the requests that we're bombarded with, but as we all know, councillors, we phone them quite frequently when our phones are out or our printers aren't printing or in that regards. And we do know that some of our committees our IT department is very generous with some of our outside committees in helping them. So I know Councillor Cermak had mentioned the Caroline Egg Society and, in that regards, and as mentioned before, right, the museum, and we understand that how important it is because the library's in there now. So it's important that the connectivity is there for that as well. So I hope that this will help. My question was, when does this position need to be filled? And I'm assuming that would have been like last year, in a way. So, so I'm in support of this position, and I think hopefully it'll help with distributing the work and making the experts do what the experts do best.
Thank you for that. Additional comments, questions? Deputy Reeve Melhoff, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I will be supporting this today as well. My concern always with increasing staff, especially since we're basing it on the fact that service levels have increased, that it's important when we're looking at those service levels that we look at the unintended consequences of them, like the increased requirement of staff and the increased time that it's going to take. So perhaps when we're looking at different individual programs, we can make sure that we're asking that question, does this then require a new person? It's great to have this service level in the community, quote unquote, whatever it is, but do we actually have the capacity within the staff complement that we have, with or without the people that are on maternity leave? Or are we gonna eventually need more staff going forward? So I think that that's something that needs to be considered with all projects in the future. But thank you, that was a very well laid out presentation, and hopefully you won't have as much overtime next year.
I'll be supporting this as well. We know from time to time our service levels increase. There's a demand within the community for improved and timely services. This is one of the things I think that's taken a huge leap with what's the community's experienced over the last couple of years, and the comfort level with using information technology, demanding information technology has created a leap, and I think we have to be able to be ahead of that curve and support that. So. And Councillor Ratcliffe is hovering, and he has the light. Go ahead, please.
I have at first had some doubts about this, and using kind of a benchmark of the school division, I think has only 2 people, but I think our service demands are higher, and I'm surprised we've gotten this far with 3, so I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Okay, motion before us. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Next leap forward, we've moved right through the agenda. Now this last item might take a little longer, I suggest, but we'll go into item 6.2, and that's strategic planning, capital prioritization. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Committee Chair and Strategic Planning Committee. Thank you for the great conversation earlier. I think that's a great preamble for leading into this one. Every bit of infrastructure will add, even if it's a percentage point to a new position. Every time we pave a road, we have the same amount of CPOs, and the continual expectation for more enforcement everywhere but yet we add infrastructure when we're still operating from one CPO position down from where we were 4-5 years ago, which is a direct impact to service. Our crack filling crews, you pave a mile of road, there is a reason why every gravel road is cheaper to maintain than pavement. It will get to a point where we have 2 crack filling crews because there is a window of opportunity to seal those cracks to do any good. So thank you for those comments and that recognition. Every bit of infrastructure does add, even if it's a step at a time, to that. Saying that, administration's here today before the Strategic Planning Committee because we truly want to assist this committee in providing clear guidance and focus for Council of the whole. I don't think it's any great secret to say that when an organization has 20 or 30 priorities, we have none because it just gets insurmountable and it doesn't get achievable. Our goal today is to get this committee to focus in on 3-4 priorities and make them achievable, get them funded. What is this Strategic Planning Committee's priorities going forward? What does, to quote Councillor Swanson, what does this committee see this county looking like in the future? That is a very important question that will require answering going through this process to set those priorities and make them achievable. Administration wants Council of the whole to feel fulfilled. What is the objectives and what are your priorities? And as we go through this process and we set up the format, the foundation for budget discussions, that is the highest percentage of this council's job as governance. When you set budget, you literally putting out the marching orders for the year for all of administration. This is what we're to do and how, and providing the funding and do that. So we hope you see great benefit to what corporate is going to present to you with the goal of getting council some satisfaction in achieving its priorities. So with that, I will turn it over to corporate.
Thank you, Mr. Emmons. Before I get into my notes, I just want to say I hope you take them with the intent that they're, with the message that they're intended, which is that even though we've done a lot of work and we should take a minute to celebrate what we've actually done this year as a Strategic Planning Committee, that we've been through the projects at 2 different strategic planning meetings. All the details, all of the projects as far as the things that this committee wants to accomplish in the future. So to have that completed before September is, in my work term here, hasn't been accomplished before. So that's a huge accomplishment to have had those projects in front of this committee and have the details gone over and have all the discussions about what the projects mean to each division in the county. I think that's a huge accomplishment. And my message in my notes when I go through it here in a minute is just that is a really good accomplishment. This is just to take you to the next step, which has never been accomplished before. So just make sure you know that the appreciation staff has for getting through this year and moving forward to the next step is really heartfelt. And with that, I'll just start with my notes. So I want to begin by talking about strategic planning and how the work of council has evolved to this point. You'll see that there was a printed copy of the vision statement at your stations this morning. A vision was put together through the work of a consultant about how council sees this community in the future. Then I believe there was a bit of a disconnect about what happens next. The capital project list is driven by divisional want, service level desires, and the cultural norm of not having to wait for things that we want. 2,000 years ago, castles were built knowing the generation that began to build them wouldn't live in them. They would stand the test of time for generations and be an impacting legacy for the generations to come. We can see that isn't the case any longer for more reasons than just impatience. Change happens in our society at a rate increasing exponentially year over year. That being said, how can we connect strategic planning to the vision that was built by this council in the first few months of their term, all the while knowing there are multiple legislations that guide and rule the things that must be done, leaving only a portion of the budget for things that we want to have done? First, I think just having the vision in our minds while we are going through this exercise for Budget 2024 will guide the decisions that need to be made on priorities. However, the vision should be driving the project list. We shouldn't be trying to fit the project list into the vision. That takes commitment, political will to stay strong in the messaging of the why for the projects, and it also takes making that process a priority over the wants of each division until the resources required to understand which projects are the best value or bang for our buck to make that vision a reality are gathered. Most of those resources are skill levels and time. While we keep this message pinned to the top of our resource list in our minds to access while the committee decides which project we should prioritize for 2024, let's look at the documents that administration has provided. Finance staff will be walking you through the different documents, answering any questions regarding funding options, while directors are here to support and answer any project-specific questions. That being said, the projects have all been spoke to at both the second and third strategic planning sessions with the committee this year. Today's meeting will be more about prioritization of these projects. I love numbers. Numbers always react the same when you apply the mathematical equations required. There's a correct answer always. However, numbers also tell a story, and at first glance, it seems that you should be able to tell what the story is, but more often than not, the narrative within the details of the numbers is much more complex than we can see in a rolled up document. Sometimes the rolled up document can lead you to where you need to see the details and ask questions, but sometimes offsetting details lead you to believe that the details are consistent and comparable when they aren't. This is why it takes many years to understand which parts of the story are more important than others, and many hours within each year to understand the details of each of those years. It's difficult to pick and choose details to concentrate on without looking at all of them. Today, we will begin by looking at the overall rolled up summary of the financial plan. When this is presented during budget deliberations, a shortened time frame is presented without the past actuals, and we wouldn't look as far into the future as this document on the screen shows currently. So with that, let's get started with the rolled up numbers and what kind of story it's showing us. Sorry, I just have to move to the agenda now. So you'll see that there's actuals from 2019, 20, 21, and 22. Those are the years that are completed and have audited financial statements. And then 2023 is approved budget, and 2024 through 2030 is what has been forecasted within the projects. So there's just a couple things I want to identify in this document. Sorry, I just want to bring it up on my screen here. So you'll see in the revenue numbers that revenue has been staying pretty static. The increases maybe in the revenues in that first line, there's a few anomalies within there. One of them is the lot sales at Nordegg. So there's a couple of years where those lot sales really increased. So you will see the revenue increasing. At the bottom of the document, I just put what the tax revenue was for those years. So you can see what that is compared to the other years. And you can see that tax revenue increased from 2019 to 2020. Now, again, there's two variables that work there. Is it the rate that increased or the assessment values? And with the 0% tax rate increases, that increase from 2019 to 2020 was entirely assessment increase. And then you can see with the rate staying at 0 that the tax revenue actually decreased in the 2 subsequent years. And that's would be an accumulated effect. So from 2020 to 2021, it decreased 1.5%, and then in that year from 2021 to 2022, it decreased 0.3% just in that year. So from 2020 to 2022, it actually decreased almost 2%. And then for the projections for the operating revenues and expenses, we just took an increase of like 2% and also just increased the revenue slightly. We haven't done any detailed work on the budgets for those preliminary years since last year. So the directors will be going in and having a look at all of their expenses for operating, but we wanted to focus mainly on the capital projects for 2024 and beyond. So we just put in general numbers there just so that we could get a sense for where the bottom line is going to be. Capital revenues are almost entirely grants. There would be a small portion that is regional contribution to a capital purchase, and also a small portion that would be proceeds on disposal, with the exception of 2028, where the proceeds on disposal show $4 million, which is the year that the administration operations facility is to be constructed, and the sale of the current facilities. And it's a very conservative $4 million, depending on which facilities actually are sold and what they're sold for. Now, the capital purchases or construction is a very interesting number, I feel, that it doesn't fluctuate much from year to year. No matter what the budget is for that year, there's only so much capacity within the organization to construct or purchase capital infrastructure that is required to ultimately provide service levels within the community. And you can see that it's, with the exception of 2019, that 2020, 2021, and 22 are between 32 and 36, $37 million. And we've had some years that the budget's extremely, quite a bit higher. And, sorry, can I get the, oh, that's good, thanks. The budgets really do fluctuate from year to year, and what happens is those projects get carried forward into the next year, and so the balance of those projects get finished in the next year, but then the capacity to do that current year diminishes, because there's capacity being used to finish the previous year's project. I think one of our directors was quoted to say we can do everything, but I'd like a friendly amendment, or we can do anything, but the friendly amendment from finance is, but we can't do everything. So Eric just sent me that note a little while ago. I thought it was pretty funny. So just keeping that in mind, that the resources that need to get added to accomplish a much higher goal in capital projects, you know, requires not only the resources to purchase the materials, but the skills and the resources to provide direction also increases in those years. One of the things that the directors have done to try to just nail down where the resources need to be assigned to, financial resources for these projects, is try to take, if there was a restricted surplus that fit that project, that they would say that those funds were coming from that restricted surplus. So then you can see that there's a huge increase in the amount of funds coming from restricted surplus in the preliminary budgets for 2024 through 2030. But that means there has to be a large increase of what's going into those restricted surplus accounts to have those funds coming from there, instead of using the current year tax revenues. Just really is about planning that. I'll take the administration and operations facility, for example, planning what year you really do want that to come to fruition, then figuring out what needs to be set aside each of the years to accomplish that. One of the things that's really hindered the projects in the past, in the recent past, is the inflation rate to get projects completed. So moving that project a year or two really isn't accomplishing saving any funds for that current year, because those funds should still be going into the restricted surplus to fund that project in the eventuality that that project comes to fruition, if it's on the priority list. So really funding these projects is a separate exercise than deciding which ones are the priorities. Once the committee can really nail down what the priorities are, then the funding sources should be identified, either reorganizing the restricted surplus accounts and assigning them to the projects that actually are the priorities, using debenture to fund, and really amping up on the resources to get all of the projects done that are on the priority list. Or the only thing that really takes funding off the table is removing an item, not moving it down 5 or 10 years. All that does is increase the cost of that project, and still, so instead of saving for the 10 years that what is initially, then you're saving for 15, but you're gonna be putting the same amount of money away for 15 years as every year that you were for the 10. There just doesn't seem to be any savings in waiting to do a project because of the inflation rates in the recent past. So I think that's all I wanted to convey from the roll-up. Is there any questions about that overall roll-up summary?
Not seeing any questions at this time.
All right.
We'll save them up.
Okay, that's great. Hopefully I remember what I was thinking. Let's move into the non-discretionary spreadsheet. Let's see, can I have you bring that one up? So that's a second from the bottom attachment. So the work that the finance department did was to go through kind of all of the projects that were identified individually, kind of group them together. And as you're aware, there's quite a lot of legislation on the must-do things. And then there's also commitments that have been made for projects that have started in the past and are now just finishing up. So, for example, we'll take the first project on the list of non-discretionary is cell development. Pretty much we have to have a landfill, we have to take care of it, and we have to expand it as garbage gets generated within the municipality. The rest of these on the list, as we work our way down, you can see like fire apparatus is to keep the service level the same for our fire services. Bridge rehab is the annual funding of bridge reconstruction within the county, and with as many bridge structures as we have, you know, that's a really big program. Asphalt overlay, and it just increases year over year with the more kilometers of pavement that is within the county, and the increased cost of just doing the current overlay. Core infrastructure is just a group of items that are to do with our utilities mainly, so water and wastewater. There's a couple of dry hydrants that are on the list, an erosion on Range Road 6-4, and some of the solid waste transfer station upgrades identified for, oh, I should have had what year that was in, sorry. I'll get a list of what's the difference between the solid waste transfer station upgrades that are in the discretionary versus the non-discretionary. Because most of those I've put in the non-discretionary spreadsheet, hoping that the committee will prioritize which projects are a necessity and which ones are not. On the county facilities list are the salt storage facilities within Caroline and Rocky. The completion of the Leslieville sewer project, some sewer projects within Nordegg and Condor. Condor's just completing the one that's already started. And there's Public Works gravel purchasing, so that's purchasing of the resource, not the anything to do with work that's being done in the projects. Then next we have vehicles and equipment, and that encompasses the entire program, like ag services, public works, any of the incidental vehicles and equipment that are within the other departments. It's all encompassed in vehicles and equipment here. And then of course the gravel road rehab program and road construction admin, that is kind of the core of what public works infrastructure does.
And a question from Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Yep.
Sorry, just going back to the dry hydrants. I thought they were included in 2023. Are those items to be carried over? It's
I think these are different dry hydrants. Kurt, can I, you know? Oh, Eric.
No, that's right, so we had a couple that were scheduled for this year.
Yeah, just to answer the question. That's good, thanks.
Thank you for stepping up to the mic.
Yes, so good morning. So dry hydrants have been identified as through their construction and operations that we've seen since they were constructed. Very deficient, and access to fire water has been proven to be non-usable. So we've identified the dry hydrant upgrades. I think we have 2 scheduled for this year, and then this is the subsequent 2 there to spread them out over a couple of years. So we had 2 or 3 years, 2 this year, 2 next year.
I think 1 next year and 1 the following year.
Okay, so 3 this year, 1 next year and 1 the following year to try to just spread out that capital cost over a multiple years. They haven't worked in a long time, so we wanted to spread out that work over the next 3 years.
okay. No, I just recall telling residents that they were scheduled for this year from the previous budget.
I guess it all depends on which residents you're talking to, it might be true.
Okay,
I think Tamarack Trail was this year.
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah,
That one was one of those.
yeah, okay, all right. Thank you for that.
But
Go ahead, Ms. Sarhan.
So is there any questions about why a project would be on this list of the ones that I've identified?
Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, paving, I thought that was all completed.
There's just a small portion that needs to be completed. I think it's $100,000 here.
Yeah, what project needs to be completed? I thought
Just
that
it's
was
the-
already done.
I think there might be some small deficiencies.
Thank you for rejoining us. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right.
absolutely. So this, you'll actually see that in a lot of our capital projects this year, these ones that have been more complex, which I'm gonna say, Condor has been one of the more complex projects there that we've done, between the last 2 years. So we wanted to ensure that we actually had a funding, contingency for next year for any outstanding work that would be beyond the warranty scope, that if there was an approach or drainage concern that was not addressed through the major part of the construction, that we would have that opportunity of letting it go through a freeze thaw, and that we would have that money available, that we wouldn't have to be coming back to council there for a budget adjustment, to address, like say, an ongoing project that's, will be 99% completed, unforeseeables, et cetera. So that's why we've budgeted that additional 100,000 for next year for that unforeseeable. That would come out of the contingency of this year to be carried forward into next year.
So you're saying that there could be something that we have to do that isn't covered by the contracts that we let out to have Condor completed?
Yes. So similar to, I'm gonna say the Nordegg Phase residential, there was actually, due to the large rainstorm event, there was some damage that was completed or to the site that's beyond the warranty covered items. So that'll be on top of Clearwater County to address those. So it's not uncommon, especially when you get into that much drainage, private property work. So we just want to make sure that we have that contingency to make sure that we get that project completely wrapped up by the end of next year.
And that people in Condor will be happy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's stage one. That's $100,000 happy fund.
Okay, thank you.
I'll maybe just add to Mr. Hunt's explanation is that any of these projects that are carried into the following year will be funded through restricted surplus transfer from the previous year. So it's not that this is additional money that's going to be required to finish these projects. It's that there's unspent funds in that project that are going to be used to fund any necessary last-minute work. Okay.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Eve. I'm more looking for an understanding of how this particular table works. I actually love that you broke it down to, this is basically, in my view, a needs-want list. Like, these are the things we absolutely need to fund, whether it's legislatively required or our policies are driving it, whatever, and the other one's if we want to fund it and we see a need, we'll do it. But reading it through, like, hopefully some of these things are done before 2030, but then there's a line for them as well. So is that just, we're saving up for projects for continual work to take place that we're making assumptions on? So i.e. our bridge construction deficit, I'm assuming like what we need to fix all the bridges in the community in the next, up to 2030, this is our estimated of how much we're gonna have to insure in those accounts to fill the deficits that we see within our bridge rehab program, almost like a savings account for a project happening in 2030.
Exactly.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yes, I would just respond to that a little bit. I struggled with what to call them. The difference between the projects. So the non-discretionary are the ones that, we need to complete. Either we're legislated, like you said, or policy driven, or completing a project that we've already tendered. The discretionary projects, although they're on the list as discretionary, some of them are, maybe they're not legislatively needed. though, but needed. So it will be, this is the work for the committee, is to decide which of the projects on here are the most important and which ones can either come off the list or be funded through other means besides restricted surplus. You'll see at the bottom of that rolled up document, like there's quite a deficit in those years to accomplish everything that's set out in those years. So either, again, I will say that the funding exercise is separate from the prioritization. So either we have to reallocate restricted surplus that's sitting in there and not being used for 8 or 10 years and replenish that after the fact, I guess, in hoping that future councils don't want any new projects, or debenture, or take the projects off the list. It's just that simple. It's just we have to use the resources we have, increase resources, reallocate resources, or try to, and in the case of debenture, you know, you'd have to account for the interest in the operating. Your operating's gonna increase for those years that the debenture is, but that will be a separate exercise once we get into the operating budgeting. So the ones that are on the discretionary projects list are the complete the core backbone for broadband, the airport capital. There's some more paving on the core infrastructure. Here's where you'll see the majority of the solid waste transfer station upgrades. The North Fork Road, as far as the West Country roads. Now, I'll use that one as an example. So the project total is $3.2 million, the West Country North Fork Road. In the restricted surplus at the end of 2023 is $1.4 million. So left to accumulate for that project is $1,744,000. So then what you can see that the saving for that ends in 2027. Probably by then there will be another West Country road that needs to be identified, and then we can calculate, you know, what needs to keep going in there. So up until 2023, $300,000 was going into that restricted surplus in every year, hoping to do a project. What this document is saying that in order to do that project by 2027, there'll have to be an additional $136,000 go in besides the 300. So that brings your total being put into restricted surplus to do that project of $436,000 every year until 2027 to complete that project. Does that make sense?
It does, but where would I see that there was the $300,000 consistently going into that reserve?
Well, there is annual transfers into restricted surplus. You can see on the detail on that restricted surplus detail document. And let's go to the first page of that big spreadsheet. Just let me find it here. That is page 48.
Again, I probably don't need to take us down that rabbit hole. I just wanted to know that there would be.
That's a good question.
You speak to the number and
Yeah.
understanding that this is only a slight increase, not the full $436,000.
Page 48, about halfway down, you'll see that there's 300,000 that goes into the West Country Roads account.
Okay, that's the summary, right? Okay, let's go to 49 page. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I got the wrong page. Terrible.
Yeah, annual transfers, West Country Roads, 300, commercial, industrial, land
Yep.
development, $1 million. That's about halfway
Yeah.
down on the next page.
Yeah. So those are what the annual transfers that have been identified in the past. That's just keeping them steady. Okay. So in future years, you'll see how they've increased to accommodate the new schedule of, and we didn't take any of the non-discretionary or discretionary projects off the list. This is to fund everything, right? So, to fund everything, that bottom line on the 2024, 25, 26, 27, that's what we're short. Also, maybe just, I noted it in the agenda item, but just so that we're clear about the Nordegg development projects. We're gonna be discussing that on October 30th. There's a lot more information that needs to be gathered and taken into account when making those decisions. But the projects themselves are still included in this restricted surplus detail account, but not recognizing any of the revenue of the lot sales. So that restricted surplus account is in a really huge deficit by the end of the year. So if you're looking at that summary document, you'll see that the overall restricted surplus actually goes into a negative, but that's mostly due to that Nordegg restricted surplus account that borrows money from all the other restricted surplus accounts to accomplish the lots development or the development in Nordegg, hoping that the lot prices will repay at some point. But in order to do that, there has to be money in the other restricted surplus accounts for them to borrow money from. So we'll get into that in a little bit more detail when we talk about funding options for the priorities. Okay. So back to those discretionary-ish projects. After West Country Roads is included in that grouping is the Resource Road. That's an $8 million already in restricted surplus. So you'll see that there's no saving required beyond 2023. For that project, all of the funds are sitting in restricted surplus. Again, that's another one, I know that's a priority for council if partners come through, but if partners don't come through, then, you know, that's those dollars are available to fund a different priority. So then the facilities and land development category is the AgRec facility with phase 1 happening in 2028 and the administration operations facility in 2028 as well. And then the phase 2 of the AgRec happening in 2030. So you'll see that because we're funding only to 2028 for the operations and facilities project, and that project would officially be funded by 2028, then that leaves free to fund phase 2 within 2 years. So grouping those two together make it about, you know, a little less going into restricted surplus for 29 and 30, but basically, you know, a very similar amount going into those restricted surplus accounts to fund those facilities to have that phase 2 completed by 2030. And then the Caroline Industrial Land Development and Regional Wastewater System. Now, this regional wastewater system, I kept it on the list because it was in there. However, I'm not sure, like with the upgrades to the other two, if that's still a priority for this committee or not. So those are basically, you can see that those projects total $130 million. And there's $41 million saved for those projects already. So this is kind of where I would turn it over to the committee to discuss if these projects are still the priority. And yeah, I guess prioritize these, understanding that you still have all these other projects on the non-discretionary list that have to be accomplished also.
And I think Councillor Graham is the first to light up.
I have a question. The regional wastewater system, that's the one in town? Or what is that?
No, that was like discussed by council previously, that there would be a regional wastewater system put in the east somewhere.
Okay, so oh, to connect with Rowan Alhambra to the Leslieville one
Yeah,
and Condor.
yeah, to connect
Okay.
them all together, but that was before there was any work done on Condor or Leslieville.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Additional comments? And of course, that does not include any of the commitment we've made to the town of Rocky Mountain House with their facility.
No, because their facility is not, we are not part owner in that, so that's an operational cost for us.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Solid waste transfer upgrades. I think that we had talked that we needed a separate, like, strategic visioning, really dig deep into that program. I don't know if my memory is not capturing that properly or not, to determine whether we were going to continue with that entire program or parts of that program, or what the vision is going to be. Is that still scheduled?
Sorry,
Or-
which program was that?
The solid waste
solid
transfer
waste one?
upgrade, that entire plan.
Can you come forward, Mr. Magnus?
I know we had gone through it at one point, but I believe we asked to go further, deeper into it prior to commencing the actual projects, because there was parts of it we didn't either understand or agree with.
Mr. Magnus, I'll let you lead off.
So as you recall, I believe it was the previous strategic planning committee of the whole meeting, we did bring forward the solid waste and recycling master management plan. So we laid that out for you in regards to what the recommendations were put forward and what that would look like for our entire solid waste and recycling program. So that, in essence, again, if you recall, long story short, it was taking what we have, 10 transfer stations, and bringing it down to 7. And this was to be done over a period of 15 plus years. So what we did, we sat down and we put it into budget what that would look like in which years, right? And so at that point, it is left to council to decide upon to what extent they want to move forward in implementing this plan. The earliest being the Central's transfer station, and what was decided upon at that strategic planning committee, the whole meeting, was to potentially look at other options in terms of placement of that Central's transfer station. Do you want to keep it there or move it elsewhere? So that was the extent of the discussion for that one there. In and of itself, the transfer stations, they're in there, the upgrades in the budget. The two most current ones in regards to 2024, I believe, and I have retouched on this, is Crammond upgrades for our Crammond station, and I can't recall the other one, Nordig. Thank you, Nordig upgrades. So those two are currently shown in the 2024 with the engineering design to occur in 2024 with the construction in 2025. Those are the only two. Everything else associated with that plan is in the future. And again, it just comes down to this council deciding upon in looking at the 10-year plan, if they want to keep it in there for now or remove it or some variation of it.
Follow up, please.
So then that'll be coming back for us to dig deeper into, i.e. you mentioned site locations, et cetera, for the central site. Since it's not identified in 2024, I can presume that that's coming back for us to dig deeper into at a later date.
That'll be the decision of council. You'll have to, if that's something you want to do for 2024 and have a further study brought forward or implement in regards to determining what to do with the central station, that's council's decision. Yeah, that's up to you if you want to put that into a 2024 budget as a council.
But at this point, it is not, because we're gonna try to do some more gathering or look towards when would be a good time to do that.
Yeah,
Okay,
and that's totally at your discretion. You direct us. If that's what you want to do, then we'll move forward with that. And I believe we do have it in budget for further study to be done in 2024. And I'll leave that with Eric and Kate, if that is indeed the case, that a study be done to consider potential other options for that central station. But that's the extent of it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Graham, please.
Does this price, all the 11.16 million here, does that include a new building? Or is that just for upgrades?
Sorry, Councillor Graham, could you
Sorry.
repeat that question, please?
This 11 million here, does that include the new building that was recommended by the study, or is this just for the upgrades of the current location and shutting down the ones that want to be shut down? It's probably somewhere in this paperwork, I just don't know which page it's on right now.
All of the solid waste projects total about $13 million. She's asking if it includes a new facility.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and that was recommended 9 million or something like that?
6.5 million, if I remember correctly, but that's your top of the line. Ultimately, it comes down to council too and what they want to see. So you can spend $1 million or 6.5. That's entirely up to you. Yeah, and then, and your direction.
Okay. I would definitely echo Deputy Reeves' comments here that I would like to dig into this a little more before approving these funds for it personally.
Additional thoughts, comments? Councillor Swanson?
I'm looking again under core infrastructure and I see that the Condor Road North base pave for 8.9 million. In reflecting on our paving policy really goes along the lines of numbers. And to be honest, don't think we have the numbers. I know of other roads in the county that probably have higher numbers. I know it was mentioned that, you know, that there could be a collector route for the buses, but at the same token, I know our Public Works have done a great job as far as mitigating some of the dust issues in regards to putting out some dust suppressants. So at this time, I would see it removed until such time as it follows our policy as far as numbers. And if we approve it, I'm gonna ask you guys to come to Gimlet meeting with me and tell those folks they can't have a paved road. So that's where I'm at.
And I think if I can share that item came forward with community concerns as well. So because of the bus routes being, it really is a feeder for all the larger communities. So definitely a concern for the greater community for sure. So I think it's good to have the discussion around that. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. To be fair, we're not the ones saying no to Gimlet. Our neighboring communities aren't stepping up to the plate to do that project in a partnership with us, and we don't have control over all the land along that road, and therefore we can't really make that decision in a silo. Perhaps we can set up an ICC with those neighbors and try to see if we can create that partnership for them to come to the table. But in previous conversations with you, it sounds like they aren't willing to come to the table, because it's not just us along that road. There's other municipalities that share in that responsibility.
Councillor Swanson, please.
I believe I've exhausted those particular options through our administration as well. But understanding as well, I look at it this way as well. The need for paving, really, to me, it's the future liability as well. We have, you know, the resurfacing, the maintenance on all this as well. And again, I can understand the concerns, but we have concerns through all our roads. If we could, we'd pave the whole county, but oh, poor Eric's just rolled his eyes. No, he doesn't want that. That's a different base, yeah, exactly. So that's with an endless bank account too, to do that. So to me, it's strategic. I mean, right now, we're fortunate, Highway 11 is still available and as it's going, so to me, it's on the list, but it's not a priority, in my opinion.
Well, I would just comment, I believe the Gimlet Road is deserving and a necessity, and unfortunately, the political will from our adjacent municipality just isn't there yet. We certainly could be proactive in leadership and pave our segment, but that might not force the hand and might have us with a paved road that leads to nowhere in some ways too. So ultimately, we can't pave, I don't believe we can pave the road in an adjacent municipality or really force that hand either. So one of the challenges. Councillor Graham.
I'm sure if we were gonna pay for it and continue to pay for the maintenance, they would be happy for us to pave it. But I certainly understand where you're coming from, Councillor Swanson, and I very much respect how hard you fight for that road to be paved, including I've seen you talk to the neighboring municipalities, councillors, trying to get them to go for it as well, and I admire the determination you have on that. For me, I understand that we don't have the numbers on this road, but it's the kind of special circumstance of it being a bus route for all of the kids. Cause all of the kids that, I don't know if they go to Condor or Charlotte Small or David Thompson first, but whichever one they're going to first, all of the kids that have to go over there, like substantial amounts of our future people are on that road. But I too have been questioning if we should stop all paving for a bit. It's, you know, we're getting so many more requests from the community for other things. We have so many, you know, looming things that we're kind of talking about with potential amalgamations, which if that were to happen, we're gonna have substantial costs there, I would imagine. And I don't know if we need to kind of put a halt on paving, all of paving for now and start saving up some more money, or I don't know. It's a thought I've been having, although I would love to see, and I understand the Burnstick Lake Road too, the busyness of that road, and that it would be very good to be done, but I would love to see that Condor North Road done as well, just because of the special circumstances that come with it.
Yeah, I think it does absolutely present some interesting challenges there. Many of our paving projects are a function of a government grant, strategic transportation initiatives, if for lack of a different framework around those kind of projects. What do we see coming in the near future? Do we have any indication from our provincial leadership of where they want to go with some of those initiatives? Are we still in the lineup for provincial support in any of these projects?
I will take the capital revenue.
And I know there in the past have been a number of applicable things, essentially what used to be known as the federal gas tax might have been somewhat applicable. Occasionally there is the STIP grants. Occasionally there's also been just general infrastructure programs that allow us to step forward into some of these ventures of meeting the needs that our community is indicating. Mr. Hanson, your lights blinking?
Yeah, so, and when we went through the funding exercise, you're absolutely right, there are some grants available from the province, and Ron is getting those up together right now. So the majority of those municipal MSI grant, which has the new name, we've allocated that to our asphalt overlay program. It's easily applicable, it fits well within the box. Gas tax as well, it's been allocated through our 10-year plan, mostly on our non-discretionary projects. So the ones that we know that we're doing year after year, the gas tax and the MSI has been allocated to those projects. Not that they can't be reallocated, but that's the exercise that we went through when we were creating the budget. There was other examples of grants that were available, the municipal stimulus grant. That's what did all the base work and the reconstruction of Leslieville East Road. That was a one-off grant that was applied for by the previous council during, right after COVID or during COVID there, is trying to get the province back to work, so we were successful with that grant. Since then, resource road grants unfortunately have dried up when it comes to paving. Paving's actually been removed from one of the criteria that they will actually fund. So it's really, you know, through other grants such as, you know, what we're trying to pursue with the Ochese Road, for example, is really outside of any grant framework, but more of the political pressure of trying to get the province and, you know, the federal government involved in a very needed project that doesn't fit within the framework of a grant. So work is being done towards that. Unfortunately, paving, I'm glad we've landed there, because paving is, as we can see, is very expensive. The council policy, I'm sure you're all aware with, is actually that we're not bringing recommendations for paving new roads that doesn't have a partnership. That's actually the very first bullet on that paving policy. So the ones that have gotten on the list have been really council driven. You know, council has the right to add a project on the list at their discretion, and then we move forward in that direction. But from a policy perspective, and the competition for pavement is getting great. You know, that we've gotten multiple email requests about paving the north subdivision into Nordegg, and you know, it's still people have a hard time grasping that you have a population density up in that North Nordegg subdivision without having a paved road. We've done well to communicate why it was constructed to a gravel road, as those lots were sold as a gravel road servicing them. If it was paved, the lots would have been priced accordingly. And the appetite for having that pavement added to their taxes is very light because of the exorbitant cost. So I remember my predecessor there 10, 15 years ago, you know, the word I remember multiple strategic plan meetings saying, like, we're done paving because of it's not sustainable. You know, we've seen what the cost is to maintain surface roads. You know, there was the last couple links, and that's why the policy was revised as what it was, as it was, to say that the only way we're gonna expand our surface road networks is with a partnership, because say the capital costs and then the ongoing in perpetuity maintenance costs are so high.
Okay. Thank you. And in that exercise you were describing, I noticed there's perhaps a placeholder in what the anticipated funding would be, and I'm sure Ms. Serhan is going to identify that, but in the meantime, I've lost track of whose light was first. I'm going to go to my immediate right and then work our way around.
Thank you, Eve. I actually was going to respond to Councillor Graham's comments regarding how many students are actually on that road every day, and it's all of them. So in the morning, they go from one school, and in the afternoon, they go from the other one. So at some point throughout the day, all of the students have been on that road. Just depends on whether you're the elementary or the high school, but they flip morning and night of who gets to travel from which school to drop off or pick up kids. In fact, they have teachers that have to show up early at David Thompson in order to be available for the kids that are getting off half an hour early so that they can make it to Charlotte Small for when school starts. So they have to show up early for bus drop off for that extra time. So they are all on that road at some point or another. And I was also going to say, we do have a meeting coming up with Wild Rose School Division. I can't find the date directly right now, but perhaps there is a joint lobby effort that can be explored there through Wild Rose School Division's connections. I know that they may not directly have funding available, as I know their budgets are extremely tight, but perhaps as a joint effort we can work together to try to find a partner that would meet the policy that goes with paving that road, just as an option.
And I might just share, because I'm not too far away from that road. It's kind of unique in that there is this train, if you would, of buses that roll in and out several times a day. It actually rumbles the ground. So it's an interesting traffic flow, and it very high peak. It's almost like as opposed to a dripping tap, it's like a toilet flushing, right? There's a whole large volume that moves through relatively rapidly, and then it's quiet after that. So it is unique, yeah. And I'm gonna go to Councillor Graham, and then I'll go back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
I was gonna say a similar thing to Deputy Reeve Melhoff. Maybe we need to be lobbying the province even, or to, you know, explain this situation where it's not really safe to have every single student, which I believe, this is not a factual number, but probably 95% of those students are county residents, because there's a few that come from outside of our county on the road. So maybe we need to be lobbying the province and seeing if they'll put some funds toward paving it. And until that time, maybe we need to have a pause on that one.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I agree with previous comments around the table about more information on the solid waste transfer, more discussion, but I was having the exact same thoughts that Councillor Graham expressed about pausing some of these paving projects, or all of these paving projects, due to the future debt that it creates in keeping those roads, the plow trucks, and that we need to maintain them, and the building we need to park the plow truck in the winter, that there are other options that I think would have more immediate benefit to pursue and maintaining some funds for those.
Thank you. And I'll go to your left, to Councillor Starman, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue on this Condor Road North base paving. We have a paved road for these school buses to drive on. They just have to go south to the number 11, which is just, what, a few hundred feet over a half a mile to the south, and then that half a mile back north on the Lesterville Road, which is way safer than on a gravel road. And who dictates where these buses go, what route they take? Why would you not stick to a paved road instead of a gravel road when there's not that many kids on this road that are picked up north of Condor? Who dictates the school bus routes?
Councillor or Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Eve. I could be completely wrong, which is why I suggested we bring it up during our meeting with Wild Rose, but I believe it is the school division in conjunction with their bus line contractor, that's something they work together on. But that's why I suggested we bring it up during our school division meeting, because perhaps they can shed some more light on the situation. But that's what I have been led to believe, that in conjunction with, I believe it's Prairie Bus Lines is the contract that they use, and the school division in partnership would make that decision.
So each bus would spend an extra mile going on a safer route.
Councillor Melhoff, and then I'm gonna go to Mr. Hanson.
The verbiage you're using is safer route.
Because
and
it's
I would argue that Highway 11 is not the safer route by virtue of it being Highway 11. And that I've been to numerous, myself even, accidents involving school buses on that highway. Now granted, that was when a school was located on that highway. So hopefully there won't be school bus stopping on that highway to pull into a school that is no longer there. But I would argue that Highway 11 is not necessarily the safer direction, but I have no actual statistical data to base my thought on that.
At this time, I would not ever vote for paving the road north at this time from Condor.
And I'm gonna go to Mr. Hanson, and I may have a comment as well, so.
So just briefly, I can tell you who doesn't have any influence on it, and that's Clearwater County.
Yeah.
From a public works perspective, we don't have any input on the routing of school buses. That would be 100%. Unless there was a provincial authority that assisted with their routing, I doubt it. it's likely up to the school division 100% on what they've determined is the routing, but from a county perspective, we have zero input.
And I would go back to this being brought forward as a community concern related, you know, it does affect the greater community, certainly the corridor community, David Thompson corridor community there as well. And I think the concerns there were identifying those left turns of a long train of school buses onto and off of Highway 11. It tends to back up traffic if it's busy. It was problematic, and I think that's why those bus drivers and the transportation supervisors have selected the grid road or Range Road 4-5 as the safer route, but some challenges there too. So, and again, it's because of the nature of that particular road having almost, the Range Road 4-5 having no alternative east-west corridors to connect back up with the more paved surfaces, that you're either forced onto Highway 11 or forced to go straight north. Not really an awful lot of options for traffic flow there, especially with school buses. So. Any additional comments?
I do have one more for the solid waste transportation. Have we looked at where we would like to put that? And is there a savings on putting it where the temporary one now is, instead of looking for a whole new area? Because I really like where it's at now. And, or do we need to have more discussion on this in a later meeting?
Mr. Magnus?
Yep, sure. So where it's at right now is, as per the feasibility study that was done for that site, along with the solid waste and recycling master management plan, that is the ideal location. The footprint's very small, would go towards the northwest corner of our land there. So it is the ideal location, you're correct. Now, when Reed and I were here before council, I believe it was either June 12th or June 19th, we did present, again, an in-depth look at the entire operations of solid waste and recycling, okay? And at that time, the committee of the whole put forward the direction that the central site, because we put in the study itself, it indicated that a new, or the central station would be upgraded in 2024, but the direction provided to us at that time by the committee was to hold off on that, and that we should potentially look at it in a little bit more in depth again. So potentially move forward with another study to see if there's a potential to put it elsewhere. And that's where it's sat at the moment. And again, I put it back to the committee as a recommendation to council as to what they would like to do if they want to move forward with that additional study in 2024, looking at the central site, or proceed with the central site and bringing it up to whatever they want to see it look like. That's entirely up to council. Okay.
And maybe I would look to Tracy Lynn. I can't see into the room. Were we anticipating a time frame for the next break? I don't want to go long, but I don't want to break unnecessarily. It is here. So we'll clear the board here. I'll go to Councillor Graham, please.
Mine's going back to Councillor Sir Mac's comments. I believe it's totally Wild Rose that dictates from, I asked some questions when we discussed this before, and I was told that it's Wild Rose that dictates where they drive, and their concerns are kind of forward thinking too for when the highway is doubled, because they'll be then stopping on a highway when they come from David Thompson to go to Charlotte Mall. They would be stopping on a 4-lane highway, but they're on like two sides. You guys understand what I mean, I think? And then crossing 2 lanes to get into the hamlet. So I think that's kind of why they decided to go I don't know that's 100% true, but from what I've been told, that's why they would prefer to go north and come across our new beautifully paved road going into Leslieville.
Okay, and Deputy Reeve Mailhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. When you were presenting the solid waste, or not yourself, but you had the two individuals that had done this study here, I asked them specifically why they felt that that was an ideal location for the central site, and they responded back saying, because it's land we owned, which I responded back saying I didn't think that us determining the best place for a facility in the millions of dollars should simply be based on, because we already own it. I felt we should pick the best location because it's the best location. I thought that we only received the ability to build it there because it was going to be temporary, because I thought that birds could potentially be an issue with the airport right there. Now, is that no longer an issue because of the type of facility that was proposed, i.e. covered in a building? Birds may not be as much of a problem, but with the proximity of the airport, I thought there was legislation keeping it out of there because of birds.
Mr. Magnus?
We did look into that, and upon further research, because of its locations, particularly towards the northwest, we meet all regulatory requirements in regards to being near an airport. That is now not an issue.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
All right, well, I see there's no lights on at the moment. Let's take a break for lunch then. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock, please. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for rejoining us. We continue on with our Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole today. And before we went to break, we were discussing some of those discretionary projects that are out there. Ultimately, Mr. Emmons is wishing to have the floor, and I shall give it to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for all your time, Strategic Planning Committee. I just wanted to make note, I thought it was a great discussion just before we did break. The conversation the committee was having regarding really the push-pull on some of these different decisions and the land that it encompasses. So I wanted to bring it back to this committee's attention that we do have a Strategic Planning Committee meeting scheduled in October to address that very need. The central station, is it best placed where it is, or we heard another location may be better suited? You know, past council put a 10-year freeze on the admin building. We heard from the community they prefer south. And what opportunities lay there, or build it on the existing corridor to the north. The Ag Field House, where's the best location for the construction of that? And that's all if these remain a priority of council. So I just wanted to bring it back to the committee's attention that the wheres will be challenged forward at a future meeting. But thank you for the conversation on that.
And thank you for that as well. Definitely important projects before us now. It's not saying a no, it's maybe a not yet when we have to look at our long-term vision and goals here. So that's what we're doing today, kind of giving staff an opportunity to understand where council is with a number of the issues that are before us. Ms. Serhan, maybe I'll let you start the ball rolling again if you would.
Sure. So the second, the page right after the rolled up summary, which is page 5 of 46, is the capital revenue summary. So you'll see the cost share revenue that I was talking about previously, minimal amount there across the years. Capital grant revenue, that's maybe one-off capital grants that would be for a specific project. CCBF, Canada Community Building Fund, is formerly the Federal Gas Tax Fund. There's been several years that Clearwater County hasn't applied that to a project. So in 2024 and 2025, those funds will be expended on the asphalt overlay program. LGFF, the Local Government Fiscal Framework, that's what it will be called from 2024 forward, and the funds up till 2023 is still under the MSI guidelines, and most of the MSI guideline funds will be expended through 2024 again on asphalt overlay and paving projects. Moving forward, you can see that $700,000 is about what Clearwater County's allocation of the Federal Gas Tax Fund or the Canada Community Building Fund is annually, and about $2 million is where the province thinks the local government fiscal framework will be for Clearwater County, and that's significantly reduced from what was I can think of the acronym, but I can't think of the names. The BMTG grant, there was, MSI was up around the $4.5 million at one point, and there's other grants that have been rolled into that, and they're just calling it local government fiscal framework now. And they've eliminated most of those other one-off grants and significantly lowered the amount that's going out to municipalities. The next,
I would have a question on that, because you've used 2 million as a placeholder. There is a component of the LGFF that is related to resource revenue, if I remember correctly?
There is a complex formula
Right,
that includes population, assessment values, and I, off the top of my head, I don't know what all the criteria are, but it's a very complex formula as to how that funding gets allocated amongst the municipalities, but even the overall amount is significantly lower than it has been in past years.
and it is essentially a replacement program for what we refer to as MSI?
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yep. And then underneath is the proceeds on disposal.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe has
Oh,
a
yeah.
question or comment.
For any of these grants, is there a shelf life? Like, is there a limit how long we can save them up?
5 years mostly.
5 years? Okay, thank you.
And with the MSI program ending, I would assume we have some of that MSI money that must be reaching its best before date, for lack of a better term?
Council allocated most of that out in 2022. So we don't have a whole lot left. You'll see in 2024, there's $4.6 million. So that would be like 2023's allocation and 2024's allocation. So proceeds on disposal, there's two different lines because one's for machinery and equipment and one is for facilities. And the significant number there is the 2028 number on the disposal of the facilities once the construction of the operations and administration facility would be completed. So I had a couple of questions also that I just wanted to kind of talk about. So one of the questions was, how do all the documents relate to each other in the attachment? So the first one is the rolled up document. So it shows what's actually occurred in the past 3 years, the budget for what's supposed to happen this year, and the budget moving forward to 2030. Now, the reason we went to 2030 instead of 2033 is that from 2030 to 2033, there really isn't the issue with funding because most of the projects are slated to go forward by 2030. Only because that's a long ways away and projects are, there aren't specific one-off projects that are on the slate past 2030. They're mostly the asphalt overlay, the gravel road rehab, the bridge rehab, the non-discretionary projects. And then you have the capital revenue summary, so you can see the revenue that's coming to fund these projects that isn't money that Clearwater County has saved ahead of time. This is either grant funding, like I said, cost share revenue, or selling of an asset that's being replaced. So it's usually past its useful life when it gets to the point of selling. The anomaly there, of course, is facilities, which the buildings deteriorate, but the land still has some residual value usually when you get to the end of the life of the structure. So the next document is expenditure by subdepartment. So these are the capital expenditures just rolled up to the subdepartment. So you can kind of see the programs that are have projects slated for them. So shop and fleet would be your vehicles and equipment. Utilities, gravel, and maintenance, that's the water, wastewater, solid waste. Oh, solid waste is below, sorry. You know, those gravel or utility type projects, bridge rehab, solid waste. You can see where the expenditures are slated for which year. Facilities, road construction admin, resource roads, gravel road rehab, asphalt overlay, base pavement, West Country roads, And then, I'm not sure why that one project is in 2024 for Nordic Draft Development Plan, but it's likely a project that was started and needs to be completed in 2024. So the next, the next is the expenditure summary without the Nordic development projects, and that is by asset type. So it's just the same information, but viewing it from a different perspective, so that you can get an understanding of what types of projects are being purchased or constructed. And then there's all the details. So the details still the same information, just by project. So you can have a look. And again, this one is structured by asset type. So if you want to find out the bridges, it's in roadways and bridges. If you want to see the machinery and equipment, it's all listed together, that type of thing. The next is the funding sources, which currently only includes restricted surplus balances. And again, that's a discussion for the committee. Balances with all of the projects being funded through restricted surplus. So that means you have to put more money away to fund all the projects. So there's a deficit in each of the years. And there's a summary, and then there's a detail for every single project that's being on the detail capital expenditure list. And then it's what finance has done is kind of group them into non-discretionary and discretionary projects so that the committee can have an overall discussion about the projects that are discretionary. And again, that's where we left off, was kind of talking about the paving policy and if the paving projects that are in the expenditures are going to stay or not. So I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you very much. Questions from committee members? Concerns, hopes, aspirations, any of those things? Councillor Graham is first.
I guess if we're talking about paving, I would also like to see the Burnstick Lake Road moved over to the remove line if we don't have a partner for that road either, so just throwing that out there.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm looking at the board that Tracy Lynn has excellently done. I'm very visual. Did the solid waste transfer upgrades that's now in the remove side, does that include all of the upgrades or just the central site upgrades? Because I still think it's important that we continue the service levels and providing the upgrades that are required to maintain our existing transfer stations. Is that all upgrades or just the central site upgrades?
That's for the committee to decide.
Okay, because next year it was my understanding that you said Nordegg and Cramond, and those are to continue with meeting our legislative requirements and the safety standards for those sites, the way that it was explained at the last strategic planning committee. So my understanding was those things were required to keep the public safe and et cetera. So I still think that those programs need to continue, just to have a relook at the central site. But that's my thought on that, how that discussion went at the last strategic planning meeting.
And I think I would say that central site has the biggest question mark above it, because there's a cost from a very small cost to a very large cost. And it would be, I think you have to have the depth and understanding of the value to the community in what we might consider an upgrade or first level facility, as opposed to it'll maybe do kind of facility. We want to find out where we're at with that and where the community is with that as well. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Do we have Any updated information from our partner on the airport? Just looking at this airport capital item.
What's that definition?
Are they as ready to proceed?
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So latest update I have, we had a joint meeting with the town of Rocky Mountain House and their engineers. As this committee is well aware, the option was agreed upon by both municipalities. So going forward with that square footage, we met, did some revisions within that square footage. The engineers are now revising the design to include some of the suggestions that were given at that meeting and proceeding. Truly at this point, I would suggest it would be an information to Clearwater County. As the town is managing partner, we had that kickoff meeting, and it's a matter of making those changes, getting the design out for tender and proceeding with the project.
Okay, and then they're on schedule as we are to fund it?
I've heard no different.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Councillor Graham, please.
Going back to the solid waste transfer station upgrades, I 100% agree with Deputy Reeve Malhoff. There also was talk of another study happening that you mentioned this morning, or was it a survey that you mentioned?
Mr. Magnus?
I believe it's in your documents. In 2025, I think there's 100,000 set aside for an additional study
Okay.
to look at that site in particular. If it's, and I guess that's up to council's direction again as to the extent of that study. But if I look at the documents and just looking at them now, it shows 100,000 in 2025. There's nothing shown for a central station for 2024.
Okay, thank you. So I personally am not a huge fan of studies, so I would love to remove the study, the building, until we decide on what we want for the building. And I would, if we could, like to add to that security for the central stations, whatever it could be, because we obviously need it there. And so I don't know if we're allowed to add things today. It's not really the point of the day, but maybe switch out security and the, I don't know. I just want to throw that out there because I think that's really important.
Councillor Swanson, please.
Just looking at the regional wastewater system, I know in the past council had talked about a regional, having an option to do that, tying up hamlets, etc. Right now, as things lie, things are pretty good. I can see kicking this off further down the road. I don't see us looking at implementing it. I think having the cell development is more important right now than having the regional wastewater system. So, I mean, we would be able to manage, not that we couldn't, but we can manage without it. So, you know, at the time, different circumstances we were considering. That's why it was being considered under different circumstances. I think those have come to pass. So I would say that it's not something that, do we take it off entirely, or do we just put it as an earmark in 2033 to relook at, you know, at some point? Or actually, if you take it off, we know it sits on a shelf and administration will bring it back if they feel the council of the day should be relooking at it as well. So I think we can move it.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that observation. Councillor Swanson, it gets hard when we get down to the individuals. It's easier just with chair. So yeah, administration actually echoed that exact conversation, if I may. Back when that was originally identified and placed in for reserves and future consideration, the Condor wastewater treatment facility required upgrading, and so did the Lesaville. So it was a matter of a strategic opportunity to perhaps upgrade one, create a regional, and bring a number in full. With the granting that came forward, both facilities were upgraded. So is this reserve even needed? Is this an opportunity for council to reallocate? Truly a conversation that could easily be had.
And I believe in other developments in that period of time that we have pretty secure footing within the Rocky facility as well, that we have some long-term investment there. So hopefully we have long-term access there and can have that as part of the solution. Go to Councillor Graham and then to the Deputy Reeve.
I would agree, Councillor Swanson. A year ago, I would have definitely fought to have this one on there, but after meeting with the residents of Withrow, their water is safe and wonderful. And although I'm sure they would be happy to be hooked up to a regional wastewater system, there was some hesitancy too. And there were people who've just upgraded their personal systems, so they didn't want to be, you know, they basically threw that money away if we hooked them up. So unless I hear otherwise, I would agree this isn't necessary to be on there as of right now.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree with the wastewater as well. I am curious though with the way that the budget systems work. What would you recommend? Us pushing it the 10 years as a placeholder and then we can discuss it as it becomes closer to, or removing it entirely? Because there was a need at one point. There's been work put towards this. Removing it entirely, I don't know if that's the right direction, or if we push 10 years and it can be pushed again another 10 years if when you get to it, it is still not needed. But thoughts?
Yeah, thank you for that question. My vision for it would be that there'd be 3 lists really. And one of them would be unfunded. And we would keep that list and have it in front of council once a year just to make sure that none of those projects need to move to the priority list. But anything on the 10-year capital plan should be funded. And that way, these are your priorities and you have a funding plan for these projects. And in order for a project to move from the unfunded, there needs to be a funding source identified. So that way, it's not like, oh, well, we're short 5 million, which one are we gonna cut? These are the priorities, and in order to move something onto the priority list, it needs to have a funding source.
Excellent. Then I would like to proceed that direction with the solid wastewater system. Can I ask a supplement question?
Wastewater system? Okay, yes.
Is that not what I said?
Because you kind of mixed 2 terms there. It was kind of solid wastewater.
Oh, yeah, sorry,
Solid
wastewater
waste,
system.
wastewater system, good?
Yep.
Just so we don't get,
Water system.
water system, good.
I do have a question regarding the core backbone, and that's in regards to, do I ask those questions here today, or will we wait for a subsequent budget recommendation meeting coming out of the broadband committee specifically? Because I think there's definitely some questions need to be answered along that budget line item.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree, Councilor Melhoff. I think it's most appropriately referred to the broadband committee for a recommendation to council on this specific item. What I would suggest though is keep in mind within this committee how it fits into the bigger picture and the fact that there's very little funding available within restricted surplus.
Then I will hold my questions for hopefully an upcoming scheduled broadband committee meeting prior to budget.
And I'm looking to Councillor Graham, and you must have a mystery later.
I do.
My question pertains to the Range Road 7-2 access. Could I just be reminded what that is, the reasoning for it?
Mr. Hanson, please.
So that was added to the list through the last couple of strategic planning meetings. That's so if you go halfway down from Highway 11 to 752, currently there's a developed roadway that goes south. This would be a continuation of a road going to the north, and it would tie into the town of Rocky Mountain House. 50% of that road, the first 800 meters is in the county. The next 800 meters is actually in the town itself. So the direction that came out of that, the discussion of that committee meeting included the next opportunity for an ICC meeting, that was going to be discussed. But it has been added to the list because it was not removed from the list, so, but it's definitely open for discussion. As we continue to look at that area, you know, it was the discussion about the twinning of the highway and access into town. The town might have a larger reservation about it going in, but it also maybe opens up the door for development opportunity. Those conversations have not been had with the town as of yet. But as you can see, that would be the cost approximately for a reconstructed road, a paved surface road going into town. But we'd have, very much so have to have the support of our urban partner in order for make that a reality.
Thank you.
And would you be able to share how big their segment of this road would be? Just kind of getting a picture for how much the town might have to invest and get a picture of what the immediacy of
Yeah,
those things?
when I look at it, the physical construction of what's not created today is about 800 meters. But the next step beyond that is the required for upgrades for additional roads beyond that. Because again, there again, we don't want to make a stranded asset to create a kilometer road that goes right to the old veterinary clinic there, or the Bottle Depot, for example, and then not have, you know, a connection back up to Highway 11. You know, continuing north into town through the residential area is not viable. That's even actually, today they actually have it dedicated as no trucks to go down into that area today, down by the play, babysitting, Montessori. So it's an urban residential design standard that they have in that area. So all that traffic, if it were to come off a 752 access, would have to be funneled back up to the north. And there's a couple of options that I could see would be available, but I don't think it would have to be upgraded in order to support that. So either you come up to the lights by Edwards Garage, or maybe even the other connection on the south end of Tim Hortons, for example, if that was supposed to be another connection. The lights would be more ideal, but even those lights they're a non-standard configuration. If everybody's been to those lights, they don't even line up. I would be afraid that if we were actually to construct that might come up with a larger expense to actually upgrade that intersection of those lights. So there's a lot of unknowns with that. That would be just the cost for, you know, say, to construct that 1 mile of road. But there's still a bunch of unknowns until we get into that. Have to do a transportation study, for example, to see what those effects would be.
Okay, thank you for that, I think.
No, probably not, eh?
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. This was something that I asked to have you guys look into. So, and just it was brought up at the last strategic planning meeting as well, and I appreciate you guys doing the legwork on this. Since we have not started the conversations with the town, I think it'd be appropriate to, at minimum, push this for one full budget cycle, because those conversations haven't even started yet, and probably more realistically, more than a year before we'll be able to have solid information and communication with the town to work collaboratively on this particular project. I see the value to that part, to that region, et cetera. But I think it should be pushed at least one budget cycle for sure before we can, I don't even believe it's on the next ICC meeting agenda, because we're meeting with them at the beginning of October, but I don't believe it's even on the list yet. So I don't think we'll be ready in time to get this funded for this budget, just because those talks haven't started.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Taking the committee back to Ms. Serhan's opening comments, and just a reminder that pushing it off for a year, we still haven't decided where the funding is coming from. We haven't solved the problem yet. I would just suggest that it might be more appropriate on the unfunded list at this point, and then when discussion happens and funding is identified, then it can come into the capital plan. And I think that would be more consistent with the approach that our capital plan really represents ultimately what council intends to do and how they intend to fund it.
And right now, there is not an appropriate restricted surplus for this kind of project?
For
Or
the
have we
7
already,
dash,
I know we have a lot of discussion today about either delaying or canceling, or putting a moratorium on a number of paving projects, just wanting to understand, I know there are some restricted surpluses for those.
there is no identified restricted surplus account for this
Okay.
project.
Councillor Graham?
I was actually gonna say what Director Hagan kind of recommended there. I would personally like to see it on the unfunded one just until we know what's going on, and we've kind of moved the other paving ones over there because we don't have a partner, so I think that it should follow suit with that personally.
Councillor Swanson?
If we're ready to move on, I just have another whole other subject to talk about. That's the egg rec facility. I understand in the past this has been a very much the past groups have wanted to have it. I'm struggling right now because I feel the egg rec facility should be maybe a part of a multiplex of something else, not a standalone. We have an opportunity to partner with the village and improve their standing because having these particular buildings, they need operational costs, and at the same time, like I say, I'm struggling with this because we have affordable housing that's coming down the pipe from the feds in the province, and we can assist with, with that as well if we so choose. Like Councillor Sturmhack and I have observed when we went on our trip up north, ag facilities are not money makers, they're money breakers. And, when you have a facility as that, I would want to have a guarantee that it is in use every single day. To me, you're not going to invest those amount of millions to not have it being used every single day. So I know, I'll let Director Martinson chime in. I know we had talked about updating the survey or updating the conversation. I don't know if that's still coming, but I'm struggling with that particular project.
Okay. I know you were named in there, Mr. Martinson. Would you have a comment?
Yes, we still plan on providing council with some more updated information in conjunction with the feasibility study that we've already completed. There has been discussions in the past around multiplex or additional functionality and programming beyond the traditional ag recreation. So it's certainly, I think, within council's purview to have those discussions in a more modern sense now. Sorry, was there anything else needing to be addressed there?
Councillor Swanson?
Thank you. I understand, we are limited with resources, and unless we are gonna get some grant somewhere to help us with this is all gonna be on the taxpayers. We're a shrinking tax base, we already know that. Tourism is in and out. Is that gonna fill the gap when our residents aren't using that? I don't know. But again, it goes back to the conversation is the majority of are we gonna be an ag based? Are we gonna be tourism based? What are we going to be? And let's build the resources that are going to support that in 50 years, because this is a 50+ year expense, and I don't want to we all know that past decisions, we're living the past decisions of what past councils have made 20, 25 years ago, and whether that be extra paving, whether that be whatever else. So if it was a small, we have a lot of private facilities as well, and yes, I know this is not a public, this is for the public. Further discussion on this really needs to happen. Like, are we gonna tie a soccer field to this? Are we gonna, or are we gonna tie some other service with this? I don't know. So I would like, again, more, the discussion of this committee to, you know, on how they envision this particular building.
Thank you for that. I look forward actually to an update of, because we had a relatively comprehensive study, but it dates back many years now, and I think there's been a number of developments since that time. There's experience with other ag rec type facilities around. There's new ways to view and put the concepts together. We do have, even for instance, the North Saskatchewan River Park may be a different fit now than what it was considered at the time. I believe this is the actual use of that has come in more into play since this study was done. So there might be some factors that would weigh in the decision as well. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I've been lobbied fairly heavily on this particular project. And I like that we are still saving for said project. That doesn't mean that that project is going tomorrow, the next day, and I believe the motion has always been 500,000 allocated to that fund. However, I think it would be important for us to have a meeting with the Ag Society in order to see where our partner with that, or supposed partner with that project is. In fact, I know there was a motion on the floor to meet with the Ag Society executive prior to the end of second quarter. Curious where that meeting sits.
The Ag Society is scheduled for a council presentation in closed session September 26th.
Excellent. That's great to hear. I was talking with them just last week and they said they hadn't heard when they were supposed to be meeting. So that is great. That may not have trickled down through their whole team then. So that is excellent to hear that we are going to be doing that, because I think that projects like this, especially rec projects, always are better when they're with community support, community driven, community help, and I think that that's a good resource to work with going forward, because I don't think it's something we should be doing siloed into our world either. So I'm looking forward to that meeting.
I'll be sure to follow up with them.
Thank you.
Councilor Graham.
I personally would still like to see this one go forward. I know that when I was running for council and asked what people wanted, this is the answer that I got. And maybe it's because that's the world that I'm in our community, I guess. But I don't know, for me, this is about community, and it's not just, you know, it's not for what I used ag facilities for, and so what always comes to my brain is cow shows. And you know, we just had an ag meeting and heard about all the purebred producers that are bringing their animals out of our county to sell them, and it would sure be nice if they could have them here. Markets are becoming more and more popular around here, and it would be a great place to have, you know, winter markets, spring markets, farmers market all year. I don't know. Maybe we could build it so that it could have like conventions, like a mini convention kind of center, and that could be used year round. If we want to be tourism, we could use it for agritourism, which I think would draw a lot of people here. Being a little 4-H nerd, I know that it was getting, a decade ago when I was in 4-H, it was getting more and more difficult to find places for mini shows, for judging competitions, and to have a municipally available area, because of liability and biosecurity and everything, they don't want farmers coming, like a group of a bunch of farmers coming to their properties. Things like kids rodeos and bull riding, that kind of stuff all could go there. And I know I'm being lobbied to have an ice surface in the county now. So, I mean, maybe if that's something the community needs, another ice surface, we could use it for that one that actually allows agriculture forever, not just for a few years like the one in town. But sorry, that's a frustrating one for me. So I don't know. I see that this could tie into all the things that we want our community to be. If we just want to be about tourism, I think it could tie into that. And I think it's important to try and keep the community together, especially times like right now. People seem to be getting so separated. I think that these assets are extremely important to the community.
I think it's an important discussion to have. I'd really like to see how the vision of the community has evolved on this kind of facility over the number of years. I think we've had the feedback that has evolved, but we don't have any study or any data to really back that up. So I look forward to reviewing and revising what we have before us and using that to base community expectations on a facility. Councillor Swanson.
And I agree 100% on your sentiment, Reeve Lougheed, in that regards. Yes, community needs to come to the table to do this. But at the same token, we have, you know, with our solid waste, with, you know, other things that are coming down the pipe, we have, you know, user fees that need to be cost recovery. So what does that look like? I mean, at the end of the day, I would love to have more 4-H opportunities, but 4-H can't afford these particular places at all. So, you know, some of the costs, yes, we all have our regular donations. I'm worried about the LGFF. I think that's, you know, as much as that funding cut is coming down, I would say that there's going to be even further funding cuts coming in from the feds end of things. So the taxpayers going to be, the owners is going to be on us and the taxpayers to pay for us. And yes, we're blessed with the 90 cents coming from industry, but at the same time, our priority for industry is our roads and bridges. So this is going to be a fine balance. I can think of events too, like you touched on a lot, and I fully agree. There's an opportunity to be a multi-use facility and bring these events, but at the end of the day, it's how we're going to afford to put them on and manage them.
And all keeping in mind that ultimately we're charged with creating for a safe community, and that's why we have such a focus on our road network and our bridges. That's truly how it comes down. Ms. Serhan, please.
So just want to recap a couple of things. So removing the paving roads off and just let me see what I did with solid waste here. The Burnstick Lake Road, the Condor Road North, the Range Road 7-2, and the $1.5 million going into restricted surplus for solid waste, removing those. And removing the regional wastewater. Okay, sorry, I just. So that just over $8 million that would have to be put away annually wouldn't have to be with those funded. So that brings that total down to $11 million that you're short for 2024. In addition, depending on what happens, I'll just speak to the ag rec facility in a minute, but if we take that regional wastewater system money out of restricted surplus and identify it for a different priority, there's $1.9 million there. Now the ag rec facility, I see two options here. We either take the project off and still continue to fund money going into restricted surplus for it, or it stays on and the amount that is needed to fund it is 1.3 million annually until 2028, when you would have enough of a restricted surplus to proceed with phase 1. So just because it comes off the funded restricted surplus or capital plan doesn't mean it's not still somewhat of a priority. It's just not a funded priority.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. For me, I'd rather see us continue to work towards saving for that project, and then when we have to make the official decision to start the engineering, start the groundwork, et cetera, that's when we can truly dig in deeper to some of these projects. The same can be said about the office admin building. We're not going to stop funding it just because we may not build it in 2028. We're going to continue to save and fund for those programs so that when we are ready to do it, we can do that very project, or at least that's how I see these. We can continue to save for them, and it can be reallocated to something else if we have determined that's not the direction we're going anymore, unless I'm misunderstanding how these work. They're not committed to that project in perpetuity. They can be reallocated.
They can always be reallocated. However, being on the funded list on the 10-year capital plan is a different message than being on an unfunded list. So you don't have a specific date that the project's gonna go forward. It doesn't mean you can't save for it, but knowing if you're not going to, even the admin building, if it's not gonna go forward in 2028, you can set aside whatever amount you want to, but knowing that project's gonna increase until you make it a priority and put it on the funding list, then you can decide or see how much has to go away annually to make that happen in the year that it's a priority. But if it's not a priority to be funded and move forward in the year that it's specified, then it should come off the funded list because it's not funded. It's not funded. But you can still put money away for it, it's just not fully funded with a construction or purchase date.
Okay, sorry, I'm very confused by those statements. So put money away for it, but don't fund it. So I don't understand those two statements.
It's still being funded at a lower level than what is required to build it or construct it or purchase it in the year that it's a priority. So if it's a priority in if the AgRec facility phase 1 is a priority for 2028, it requires $1.3 million to go away to be put in the restricted surplus every year from 2024 to 2028. If that isn't feasible, you can still put money away to fund that project. It's just not fully funded with a set project date. So for the capital plan, it's not a capital plan. It's not on the capital plan yet because we don't know the date that it's going forward and we don't know when it needs to be funded by.
Okay, thank you.
I would have to say too, I'm looking at that $22 million amount, and that has to be an estimate based on some of our original design around that building and some form of inflationary adjustments for that, or ultimately maybe Mr. Martinson has some feedback on that.
Yeah, the number was generated based on the amenities identified in the historic study, but those numbers were reestablished based on estimates of today's conditions recently. So they're still high level, very much Class A estimates. So there is refinement one way or the other that likely will happen when we get more into if we get more into a scenario where detailed design is being done to establish a process for RFPing or tendering. But we think that those numbers based on the amenities are close, and hope that helps understand how they were created.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'll go to the Deputy Reid.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify, Ms. Serhan, what you were suggesting was that we fund some of these, continue funding some of these at a lower rate?
Well, I wouldn't suggest that, but if that is the direction of council, then it, for example, if you want to continue to fund the AgRec facility at $500,000 a year, just know it can't go forward in 2028 then. So it has to come off the capital plan because you don't know what date it's going to happen. It's not that you couldn't still put money away for other things that aren't on the capital plan, but the capital plan should be things that you know how much you need to save for and to what date you need to save that money. Or you're funding it through a debenture, or there's just a definite funding plan.
And Deputy Reid Milhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Eve. That number for the AgRec facility, that was just based on phase 1, correct? That wasn't based on phase 2. And if I'm remembering the study that was done accurately, wouldn't phase 2, it was gonna be helping pay for the operational cost of of phase one. So those, is there not a plan for phase two in the future at all?
Phase one is in 2028 at 12.1 million, and phase two is in 2030 for 10 million.
Okay, if they're just not
Yeah, you
broke
can
out
see.
the same way?
Yeah,
Am I
you
not
can
seeing
see
it?
that in the fundings sources in 2024, what needs to go away is 1.376
Yeah.
million. And then in 2029, it increases to 5 million, because on this capital plan, the admin operations building would be built, and you would no longer be needing to put that $4 million away a year for that facility. So that amount combined with what would be put away for the ag rec facility is that $5 million. So you wouldn't have, it's still like putting the same amount of money away till 2030, and you would get all three, like 2 phases of the ag rec facility and the operations and administration building. So it's 5 million being put away for the ag rec facility in 29 and 30, and nothing going away for that administration and operations facility in 29 and 30, because it would be constructed in 2028.
Mr. Martinson?
And I will just confirm Councillor Malhalf's understanding of the operational cost. They were about 60% cost recovery on operations for phase one, and that increased close to 80% cost recovery on phase two because of the increased ability with phase two to generate larger revenues through a larger public facility for banquet type events, not necessarily directly related to ag recreation, though that would be a nice fit, but that large banquet facility with more capacity than anything that exists in this community now would allow for higher revenues, which would offset more of the operating costs, both for the ag rec component, but also for the general public use component. So your recollection was correct.
And Councillor Graham?
I think maybe this is a topic that we need to have more discussion on what we want, not just if we're gonna cut it or not cut it. I don't know that this is the place to have that discussion, but I don't wanna see it cut personally, but I think that we do need to, you know, maybe it doesn't have to be a $22 million facility, maybe I'm not gonna throw a number out there, because I don't know, but maybe a different number of a facility would be a better option for the community right now, so I don't know if we can.
I'll be so
where to
bold
go
as to
from
say
that,
I've
but-
heard numbers all the way from $2 million up to $30 million for this. And so I think we really have to get that alignment with the community expectation of where we're at now. We have some good concrete work to deal on. We've got some level of expectation about how it would value, or there would be value in our community for this. I think we need to align that so that we can give administration the ability to plan for putting those reserves away, so that we can meet the financials of that at some point in time. I don't think we're there today. I don't think we are.
So there is a restricted surplus account identified for this project, and it's sitting at $5.2 million, or anticipated to be sitting at $5.2 million at the end of 2023. And the current dollars going into that restricted surplus is $500,000 a year. So if we continued to do that, we would take the ag rec facility off of the 10-year capital plan, put it in the unfunded, and just keep that money still for that project until we have a better idea of what project it is you want to build, what's the scope, what's the year that you want to build it in, and then figure out, you know, once it's back on the plan, then you can identify how much money needs to be put away until the construction of that facility. So it's not that it's not a priority of council. It's not that, like, it's not coming off every list. We're still keeping it on the list of topics to be discussed annually, just like we do every other project. But in order to move it, we would have to fund it.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I think that's a reasonable suggestion and method to proceed.
At 500,000 a year still?
Yeah.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would like to still see us funding it as if we're gonna be building it, which would be keep it in the funded category, and we can always make that change and adjustment if we need to when we come closer to that project. Like, that was such a high level estimate. We don't know that the 1.37 million going into it is what you're gonna need, and the same can be said about your administration building. You don't know that the 4.1 million is actually gonna be what you're gonna need. That's also a very high level estimate, correct?
But it's close enough that we know we're gonna have to put that money away to fund that facility.
And that's why I would like to see us continue to do so, and we can change it if we need to.
Okay, so that's
Personally.
keeping the funding at $1.3 million until 2028.
Councillor Graham may have a comment.
I would personally prefer to keep it there as well until if we decide that we're gonna do something smaller, we can adjust it then. And I'm just worried if we take it off, it's just going to disappear it'll just never be a priority again, and I don't wanna see that happen. So I'm with Deputy Reeve Milhoff. I would like to see it stay on there.
I tend to agree. It's been a source of conversation for a lot of years. A lot of councils or a lot of committees have come and gone, and I think the community has indicated support for something. We're just not sure where that expectation is right at the moment. It seems to have. So I think it'd be reasonable to assume the expectation would fall somewhere between those low estimates and the high estimates. So putting this amount towards that goal would probably not be inappropriate. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for this committee's consideration in these conversations as well, I think it's noteworthy to go back to the very beginning of today. You know, the airport, I think, is a great example, you know, when you kick a can. 2 years ago, the largest option for the airport was cheaper than the smallest option today. That 2-year process cost, and we can pick out the fire trucks as another reasonable example. You know, past council put a 10-year mark on the admin building. That building will be substantially more in 2028 than it would have been in 2017. And same with the ag facility. I think keeping that dated is important, just because we've seen unbelievable inflation in the last couple of years that will cost this municipality substantially.
And I'll go to the Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you, Mr. Emmons. I appreciate that because, and it's not just this, there should be something massive that changes within our community that can shift this entire plan on its head. We, just last council meeting, a motion was passed to start negotiation with our partner to the south of us. This could change this entire plan going forward. So I think it's important that we understand that this needs to still be semi-fluid, but I do appreciate the want to try to be this is what we're doing, we're gonna fund for it, we're gonna save for it, we're gonna steady the course, but I do think it's important to try to keep this fluid as well, because something can massively change, like the amalgamation with our community, the south, and all the things that community may need.
I think maybe there's just some misunderstanding of the difference between the funded and the unfunded projects. So the funded projects are the ones that are set in stone and you are going forward with them, and you need to save money to the date that those projects are going forward. The ones that are on the unfunded list are the ones that you don't know, are still projects you want to move forward with, but you don't have a solid plan to move forward on them yet. So that doesn't mean you can't have money in restricted surplus for them. That doesn't mean you can't continue to put money away for them annually, but you don't have a solid plan as to where or when you're going to construct or purchase that project.
And Councillor Swanson, then I'll come back to the Deputy Reeve.
So being as how we have a closed session coming up, maybe this decision needs to come on the unfunded list. And maybe going forward, I would say maybe after that discussion, it could go back on the funded list and we would have more information at that point in time to have a more robust discussion during budget as far as funding, et cetera. I'm not sure if we can do that, but that's what I would suggest.
And Deputy Reeve, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry, the verbiage set in stone.
Yeah.
I don't know that I agree with that verbiage because I'm pretty sure we stamp a budget that is good for the year that we stamp it, not the 10, like, the verbiage set in stone is scary to me because at that point I want everything past 2024 taken off the list and unfunded. Because I really do not like the verbiage set in stone and the expectation that means.
Yeah, that's probably the wrong wording. It's more like, this is a solid plan. This is what we're moving forward with. We're committed to doing this project in a specific year, and this is the amount of money we need by that year.
Which I recognize that, and I recognize the work that goes into doing that. I just know that there's a lot of this stuff that still needs community feedback and public input. And so us saying set in stone, that scared me a lot, sorry.
No,
Thanks. We still need public input on a lot of this stuff.
It's not, it's also recognizing that money, once the project is decided, that the county is committed to moving forward with it and a date that they're going to move forward on it, if that's only 2 years away, that takes away that annual funding that you're setting aside to fund it. These are just numbers that are like, if this is something that's a priority, again, it's like, gotta set priorities because there's only so many funds that can be set aside. So the priorities need to be chosen as to which projects are going to be funded in time to have them constructed, that they are on the capital plan for. Because moving them down the road 2 or 3 years changes the whole dynamic and how much needs to go in. Maybe doesn't change at all because inflation has gone way up, and actually it increases the amount that needs to go in every year.
Thank you for that. It's always nice to know that this is what we're doing today. We're communicating those priorities with administration so they can incorporate that into a budget as we come back in a number of weeks to decide on next year's work schedule for sure, and what can be funded and what is going to take some extra work. Additional questions, comments? Again, I'll let Ms. Sirhan spool up again.
Okay, again, so currently $8 million not being put into those projects that have been removed from the list. So that brings that number down on the roll-up from 19 million to 11 million. So it's just other things that can go to funding is moving restricted surplus accounts or debentures.
Councillor Swanson?
I see that the Caroline Industrial Land Development, I think we should take that off the list because we don't know what's going on until we have an answers with, we've progressed on that road with Village of Caroline. I think we should just keep it as an unfunded at this particular sorts in time till we have some more discussions with that in the future in the next little bit.
And that restricted surplus would still be intact of about $4 million, even without adding $1 million a year to it, so because there is some change in direction, we anticipate perhaps, Caroline, it may become less of a regional decision and more of a local decision. Okay.
So that's 550,000 that was going to be put away in 2024, so we'll remove that. Is that what you said?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I picked the wrong number there, but yes, 550.
So let's look at the restricted surplus summary document. I'll just find what page that's on. I think mine says 21 of 46, but I didn't. It's before that, Trace. Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand why some are of 72 and some of 46. So the restricted surplus accounts have been out a little differently, you'll see on this document, than you've seen in the past. So the first grouping is projects carried forward into future years. And we have the stabilization fund. And then really those next three are what would be considered operating expenses, depending on what comes out of that emergency preparedness fund. Like it could be rebuilding a road, but it would be getting it to the state that it was in before the emergency. So it's not really extending the useful life of that asset. So that's why it's grouped into that little grouping there. And then the land development restricted surplus accounts, and then facility type accounts. So the ag-rec facility, the airport, cell development, fire facilities, fire training and administration facility. The next one's the or the rec school and MR fund. So part of those funds that are sitting in that account are mandated, legislated by the MGA as to what it needs to be spent on, and that's recreation, school type projects. Then there's the trails restricted surplus. Most of that is looks like being spent in 2023. Oh, it got spent in 2022, sorry. There's some of it in 2023 in the work in progress. So, and then there's a core infrastructure, public works paving, West Country roads, resource roads, and bridge infrastructure. So those are your large infrastructure type surplus accounts. Then there's a band of utilities and services, so sewer, Leslieville sewer, broadband. Then the vehicles and equipment, fire apparatus, and the gravel. So one of the other things that I think needs to be added to the work to Public Works Operations plate, sorry Kurt, is doing a study on the gravel reclamation that needs to happen within the county and seeing where we're at as far as what is left outstanding for reclamation. Is it close to the amount that we have in the restricted surplus account? Is it less than what we have in the restricted surplus account, or is it more? We haven't done a study like that for a number of years to say what needs to be in that last restricted surplus account. So that's one of the things that I see as being a project that could be done to really nail down that number in that restricted surplus account.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. What would that study accomplish? You would just say how much money we have to have in that account for liability purposes for the reclamation requirements?
Yes.
And a study like that would probably cost?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it would need to be, we would need to hire an engineer to go out and calculate the amount of reclamation that would need to be done on all of the pits. So we have 13 pits, I think. Oh, 16?
But
so.
The point I'm getting at, so I'm sorry, Reeve.
No, go ahead.
The point I'm getting at is, like Councillor Graham, I'm not a huge study fan. I don't like studies for the sake of studies. And if it's merely to find out how much money we have to have sitting in that account in order to accomplish our reclamation, I would rather put the cost of that study into that account so we can use it for reclamation rather than studying how much we need to have in there for it. Does that, like, it seems like a vicious circle and like a study for, I don't know.
So
Does it make sense?
maybe just for some clarity around this, are we required through legislation to have a reserve fund for reclamation of our gravel pits? Because this is a substantial amount of money that's in there. We don't add an awful lot per year, but it is a substantial restricted reserve, right? It's $6 million or something.
So there would be a difference between a liability and a restricted surplus account. So if we if we had zero in a restricted surplus, then we'd have to identify it as a liability, and then we would be required to have an engineer's document to say what that liability, to calculate that liability, just like we calculate the liability for the landfill every year.
I believe the landfills, though, are under provincial legislation. I mean, you must retain some level of ability to service and take care of those, perpetual care, if you would, for those aging infrastructure. I don't know if the same thing holds true with an excavation or a mine or a gravel pit.
Yep.
It does? Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest for consideration that it's a question of financial risk. Every time we commence operations on a gravel pit, we take on an obligation, the organization does, to reclaim that when we're done with it or at some point in time. We're not currently recognizing it as a liability like we do at the landfill, mostly because of the difficulty in coming up with a reliable estimate of what and when that's going to be. That's why traditionally the county has chosen to put money aside so that it is available if and when we have to do that reclamation. So it really comes down to comfort level for this committee and for council as to, is $6 million the right amount of money? So I can understand, you know, the concern about spending more money on a study, but at the same time, how comfortable is the committee in terms of, do we have enough, do we have too much in there? Such a study might support that decision-making, whether we need to put more in or some of it could be reallocated out. So I would suggest that, like many things, better decisions are going to come with better information, but there's a cost to that information as well. So it is a decision the committee needs to wrestle with a bit, but that's what I would see as trying to determine the degree to which we, as an organization, face financial risk and showing the public that we're preparing for that and have a plan in place.
Councillor Swanson, please.
So the future funds are for future reclamation, and if we have 16 pits, not necessarily every pit's going to be reclaimed at the same time, and some of the pits are, I mean, that going back to their natural state isn't going to, it's not as a huge expense as compared to when you first opening up and stockpiling soils, et cetera. So for me, having the study would be important because understanding where they are in their life cycle, I'm looking, is this amount if we have to reclaim every pit tomorrow versus, oh, we got this one in 50 years, we have this one, whatever. There's still a long enough time length in some of this that in future years we could save those dollars for future years. So I guess for me, I would like to have that study because that would give me the definitive answer of, okay, we've got 2 that need to be reclaimed in the next 10 years. We're gonna need X amount of money and, you know, but knowing going forward, that particular report could be updated as the use of the gravel pit is, these gravel pits are being, or as the gravel pits are being used. So that reclamation, those reclamation dates are, and amounts are being adjusted on a yearly or as we use them basis. So I'm okay with the study.
I'll just say I'm okay with the study as well too, because ultimately, today we're faced with the hard decisions of great projects that would move, if they move forward, would benefit our community, and how much is an appropriate balance to keep in place for future liability as far as reclamation. I think that's what that study could do for us, and then we are allowed to use whatever that balance would be to benefit our community in the short term or the long term, however we view it, but at least it's not tied up in one area that looks from all practical appearances on this 10-year outlook as though it's not going anywhere, it's kind of just building. So, and I also think there is opportunity that as we develop gravel and we extract gravel, we mine it out, that we have a process where that reclamation kind of is a handshake with, you know, we take the old one out and we put the new one in and hopefully, you know, create one to balance the other, because right now we're dealing with $20-23 when we're reclaiming it. We might be dealing with $20-40. It costs very much more to do it then, so we want to make sure we have an appropriate balance there. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. This study is going to be largely an approximation anyway. Is it something we could do with our own resources?
Mr. Hanson, I've heard you can do anything.
Well, you know, and this has been a big shock because, and I don't think we should spend too much more time on it. I guarantee there's no way that we're gonna reclaim all of our pits for $6 million. So there's obviously a liability, maybe it's not being reflected today, and what the percentage is, I don't know. That's what the study would provide, is that, you know, if you're gonna evaluate all the pits, find out actually what is the long-term liability if you were required to close up all the pits in 2024, this is what it would cost, this is how much money we have in the bank. It's completely impractical because there's no way that we're gonna close up all of our pits in 2024. And this has been a long outstanding savings account that's been built up for gravel pits, and it's very much needed. It's not reflected, I don't think, in the budgetary process of how much reclamation is being done. Maybe that's maybe a misstep in the budgeting process, that there is incremental reclamation that happens ongoing for the next 10 years. It's probably not, it's obviously not reflected in this document today. So that's what it would, the study would likely tell you is what type of liability actually, what percentage of funding we have compared to the liability, because there's no way you're gonna reclaim everything for $6 million. There's no way. So it's an exercise that we could do for the purpose of this council and finance to get that nailed down, but it's not, I doubt if it's overfunded.
Well, thank you for that. That's very valuable information. Additional questions? We're trying to trim a little bit out here, give indications. So let's go to Deputy Reeve Melhoff for a solution.
Thank you, Reeve. What is the code of practice requirements for our industry, private partners in the space? I'm sure that they have a requirement to do this very thing. And I wouldn't imagine that the big players in the space have enough money sitting in a fund to reclaim all of their pits at any given point. Their codes of practice are, 50, 60, I believe Border Pavings was 90 pages long. There's probably already a formula in place to accomplish this very thing without necessarily having to do a full-on engineered study of 16 pits. But maybe I'm wrong.
I think Mr. Emmons was first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So private's treated quite a bit differently than municipal. As a municipality, we are royalty exempt and bond exempt. When a private individual applies for a gravel pit on Crown, they have to lay up security deposits to the province as well as pay royalties, which is intended to augment and offset any potential liability and risk to the Crown, because it's ultimately their land for that reclamation. And they do make it significant enough that it's in the industry's best interest to reclaim, so they get those deposits back. So that's how they handle that. They security them.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay. So I don't think that's the $6 million solution.
No, and, oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, so we could reallocate some, I could do some more analysis and figure out which projects are coming out of which restricted surplus account first, and allocate to them, show which restricted surplus accounts need to be allocated to, and then reallocate to the ones that are later in the time frame. The risk in that, though, is that the next council after the next election may not agree, and those numbers are always, I guess, available to be changed at any time anyway. But it is, if we emptied the cell development one, I'm just giving an example. If we emptied the cell development one because we're not doing that project till 2028 or 2029, and then funded it closer to the year that that project was going to happen, what happens is that we take away that annual contribution to those projects and are back to funding when the project is happening. And I just think that's just a bit riskier than putting the money in annually as the project comes onto the funded priority list. So the only other funding source is debenture.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. You said you were looking for the $6 million idea? Aggregate levy. Just throwing it out there.
That's a lot of rocks. And I'll go to Councillor Graham.
I guess for me, I would personally rather reprioritize than go into debt for things. I hate to say it, but for the ag facility, I would be willing to move it to the unfunded until we lock down what we want and we can go with the 500,000. I know that doesn't solve the problem completely, but it does help. I still would love to see it happen in 2028, but if we can figure out what we want, and I don't think it needs to be $22 million, and that could help. I don't think we need to be going into debt. We just need to have different priorities, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, just as an aside, interest rates have went up considerably in the last number of months, a year for sure. So it does become more of a factor. We've had very low interest rates for a number of years, and even if we're a municipality, I guess the most optimum rates is still substantial. That adds one more budget line that we have to make up somewhere.
I guess increased tax revenue always is an option also.
I don't see a Lotto 649 line there, so
No.
not gonna happen. Trip to Las Vegas, not gonna happen, so, that's, you know, ultimately, that's our source. We either look to other levels of government or we look to the ratepayers. I mean, we've trimmed a lot of projects off here and we're still coming up a bit short. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I just wanted to say that I support Councillor Graham's proposal as a reasonable solution, but I think we should keep that on the list of things that would be suitable for surplus allocations.
And I'll go to my right and then to my left to Councillor Swanson. Councillor or Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I like that, also having a list for surplus allocations. I like that. If we're basing moving the ag rec facility into unfunded on not having an entirely thought out plan, not totally having a direction, not having a ton of public feedback, we should do the same thing with the administration and operations facility. We also have not had a ton of feedback other than negative, based on the last council pushing it for a decade, and we have not gone back out to the community to get their voice on what they would like to see from that building. We don't have blueprints that I'm aware of or a plan that I'm aware of. We just have a number associated with it. Perhaps we need to do the same thing with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson.
I think we should be asking if we want any kind of partnership, more so in the financial end of, or capital basis of the eggs building. There is a number of businesses that would probably like to do that. So we can push that out, not necessarily the Egg Society, but there's potential for having more capital partners, I would say, in some of these projects, especially the egg facility building.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
I 100% agree with you, or 110 if I could, which is why I'm looking forward to seeing what Ag and Community does with a built partnership matrix going forward in the future. So we will literally have something built in which to have community partnership with some of these facilities. Absolutely, Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, and I think, you know, just from a perspective that the economy is alive and well in Alberta, we are moving up and upwards, and Clearwater County is not immune from good things, good news either, so I'm hoping that there will be more corporate sponsorship as we move out of a dry season for that and into more of the time of plenty would be terrific. But I think, yeah, I think as you mentioned, that I can't get away from that large number related to the administrative operational building. And we haven't had feedback for a number of years on that facility. I know in the past it was a lot of community feedback on that, whether that was needed or not. I certainly can see the need for it and see the benefit for it, but I can also see the need and benefit for paving projects, for ag rec facilities, for all those things that affect the quality of life for our citizens. So trying to find that balance is difficult, and that's why the hard decisions are left to this side of the table here.
So would you change the funding amount then from the 4.1 million?
I would suggest that that would be a way to free up additional funds. Maybe if we can think of the fire hose being opened up on that project, maybe we have to shut it down just a little bit and extend the time frames just a little bit until we have more clarity on how we balance everything within our budget. I know what's before us today is not the only things that could happen to us over the next number of months. We have a community that wants to do so much, and we try to reflect that as much as possible, but there is limitations, as we all know, and how you fund those things. Even here in Clearwater County, where 90 cents every dollar comes from industry, so there is a limit on what we can tax too, so.
The lowering the amount that goes into restricted surplus, just as a reminder, would not meet the timeline. That project would move on to the unfunded list. And what would you suggest the amount going into the restricted surplus be?
Well, I would look historically, and perhaps maybe you can share historically over, say, the last number of years, what that amount going into restricted surplus for that particular project is.
1.5.
1.5?
Yeah. That's probably not meeting inflation though. So if you choose to fund that at 1.5, there would have to be an additional funding source or the project wouldn't have enough money in surplus to ever be built.
That's correct. And we know, as we do know, cost to build increases every year. Sorry, Councillor Swanson.
Okay.
I was trying to peruse all these numbers, and of course I didn't bring my glasses today, so you know they're very small.
Yeah, I hear you, I hear you. As far as Rhonda's question and asking us how much we'd like to maybe submit, no less than 3 million a year, like this having more, if we're gonna go through have more discussions about this, no less than 3. I would like to keep it at 4 million, knowing that there's, as indicated before, right, everything is getting more expensive. So an opportunity to consolidate our buildings, I think it's important. It helps with the efficiency of the organization, so.
And that might be an appropriate number, because we have went from 1.5 to identifying a more definitive timeline, which was going to be approached with the 4.3 million roughly. Yeah, it's always difficult because there's so many needs. There truly are so many needs here. I think perhaps the suggestion of that $3 million, I'm more comfortable with that. Look to the consensus of council for a placeholder in the interim. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that is realistic and that can be moved. The firehouse can be opened up more so if we need to, and if something comes into the fold that we need to move on more quickly or more information comes about, perhaps the firehouse can be opened, that we can always move things around, we can reallocate things. The fact that the departments are siloed is not a good thing. The efficiencies can be found by doing a joint project. I 100% see all of those things. But I also know that we need to get this in front of the community and get their feedback on this. It's important for them to help drive that bus, and right now we have not done that.
Any additional comments relating to what has been suggested around the administrative operational building? Councillor Graham?
I can live with 3 million for now as well. It's I believe this is one of those projects that no matter how much money you have, no matter when you do it, the community isn't going to want to see it done. I agree though that it has to go out to the community, and you know, it's just one of those projects that I don't think any community really likes to see done from the other communities I've spoken to, it's not something that anyone's ever really happy with, but it's not really working the way that it's set up here. So it's a pain in the derriere, but we'll have to make it work they'll have to make it work for a few years longer maybe, and I can live with the 3 being put in there.
Well, it is a substantial investment in the future of our community. It's very important, you know, to the service delivery and having efficiency within our organization. We understand that. That's not where we're at. It's ultimately, it's a sizable project. We know inflationary pressures make that more expensive every year, so we're at least at that amount, I believe, putting it as a priority. And that hope send that signal and message to the community that this is a challenge that we have to meet, and it's part of our priorities. So I think we're still there. And you never know, opportunities may come forward to be able to find a solution, you know, and we'd, I hate to mention it, but we do have the ability to fund things through a debenture or through borrowing, if we believe it's important enough to meet the need of the community at the time.
One question. Just I'm not sure where we ended up with the ag-rec facility. Are we leaving it on and funding it at 1.3? Is that what we decided? Unfunded and 500? Okay. And I think the committee's made a lot of good hard decisions today, and I think there's information that needs to come back either to this committee or to council in the way of the broadband, the land discussions, the ag-rec facility. I think there's some information that needs to come back yet before we can really solidify some of those projects. So just let me get where we're. So there's $2 million that can be reallocated from the restricted surplus currently, and $9 million that no longer needs to go into a restricted surplus for some of the unfunded accounts. That's leaving the ag-rec facility at $500,000 and the administration and operations facility at $3 million. And removing Burnstick Lake Road grading, Condor Road North, Range Road 7-2, further discussions to come from the solid waste, and removing the Caroline Industrial Land Development future contributions, but leaving the money that's in restricted surplus for that project where it's at for now. That's what I heard. And removing the regional wastewater project future contributions to restricted surplus for that. Okay, so that $9 million. So there's still a $10 million deficit on that rolled up surplus document. However, like I said, there's decisions and more information that needs to come to this committee, plus a finalization of the operations and operating revenue that needs to come. So I think the final decisions still need to be made, and we still have one more strategic planning committee meeting in October. And but for now, I think it's, you know, made some good progress today. So I really want to thank you, unless there's other things that.
Yeah, sure. I think, you know, I'm just looking at the clock on the wall. I think council would benefit from a 10-minute rest break, and then we'll come back and have some final comments and move forward from there, if that works. Welcome back, everybody, after our recess. Thank you for rejoining us. We continue through with the item 6.2, which is strategic planning capital prioritization. Never easy decisions to make. So to recap, we've assigned a number of priorities to various projects, either removed them from the list or put them in, pushed them down the road a little bit. All in an attempt to find appropriate funding within the short term. Councillor Swanson, please.
Yes, I did have an opportunity just to, during the break, just to ask a quick question. So when we removed the regional wastewater system, there was a restricted surplus of 1.9 million, and we could reallocate that if we wanted to at this point in time. So I'm going to offer the suggestion, if we move that 1.9 million, fully fund the airport capital of 1,027,500 that we are lacking, and then take the balance and divide it 50-50 into the ag-rec facility and to the administration and operations facility. That would be just around 400 some odd thousand each. So I would suggest that, unless someone else has something off different.
Okay, thank you for that. Feedback or questions? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that is a great suggestion. I do have a question though. Is there anything in the non-discretionary projects that still need to be funded and therefore the needs need to be funded first? So therefore that 1.9 might need to hop over to the non-discretionary projects list to fund something?
I don't believe so. Well, the cell development isn't, has 364,000 going into it.
Then, unfortunately, while I absolutely love the suggestion, perhaps we need to be funding the non-discretionary before we fund any of the discretionary projects.
Councillor Swanson.
I guess for me, if we were going to move that 1.9, and if we had to choose to a non-discretionary thing, I would throw it all to the bridge rehab. Bridges are needed in our county, and that seems to be the one particular restricted service that we could use. That is very needed.
Can you put the non-discretionary up on the top?
So if I could with that bridge rehab program, it is a fixed amount that's amortized over a number of years. That amount, it's not bridge specific. It is kind of, you're putting into a pot, you're withdrawing, and hopefully they balance out over time. Is that fair enough to do that?
Yeah, it's an annual contribution anyway. I think,
So with greater detail, if we were short of a project or two that could be, from time to time, there might be the ability to balance based on one project gets delayed for a year, or
we
so you don't stack two projects together, or
yeah.
that kind of thing.
we could keep that in mind once we get these reports regenerated and figure exactly, what is still required.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
My guess, based on previous conversations, is we need to figure out which one is funded from tax revenue, and that's how we will actually be able to utilize that 1.9 in order to balance, right?
We're hoping to fund everything through restricted surplus and just have a higher amount of the tax revenue go into restricted surplus. So I'll have a better idea once I rerun these reports and give a more detailed list of what's going into those annual contributions to fund the priorities that council has identified.
And I think earlier on you mentioned at one point in time there were a number of grants that were available, bridge specific, if I remember right, and sometimes one bridge was approved and the other one wasn't, kind of thing.
Correct.
We don't have any detail, we're just using our best judgment moving forward that we anticipate some support, but not necessarily might be a windfall of the province supporting those things, projects, or there might not. So, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I can almost hear the wheels turning around the room. So I guess as a running total, if there was such a thing, what are we indicating as a shortfall at the moment? And is it something that could be approachable with some of the tax increases we've seen over the last number of years? And comparable tax increases to what other municipalities I know have indicated that they need in order to match the economy. The economy is, inflation is where we haven't seen inflation for a number of years. Everything costs more. We recognize that that has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, again, I think there needs to be more information put into the operational side. So as far as identifying where we just did a generic 2% increase of all revenue, and that could, like, we haven't done any work on that total operational revenue. And the operational expenses are, again, just from preparing 2023's budget. So directors haven't had a chance to go through their operational budgets yet. So I think, you know, it's not a matter of making sure we get down to zero today, as much as I would like that to happen. I think that once we still do have budget deliberations in December where some changes can be identified if needed, but again, it just takes a lot of time and effort to pull all of this stuff together, and we'll have a better list of what transfers are identified and then future transfers needed for the projects that have been identified as priorities. And then if other changes have to be made, we can make them at that time, either at the October 30th strategic planning meeting or the budget deliberations.
Well, hopefully we've created some of the broad strokes here today, and we can fill in that detail line by line as needed, knowing where we need to get to at the end of the day, sometime in the near future.
Absolutely. I think Tracy's got a couple of recommendations.
Okay. So Tracy is working on, right now we have blanks. So we're I guess the task before us is to set priorities then on what we believe the most important is. I think we see we have still the KEEP is in there on the core broadband or core backbone broadband, the airport.
Oh, sorry. West Country Roads.
West Country Roads and resource roads. Yeah. And I think Does that cover what I see there? Would anybody be willing to fill in the blanks and make a motion? Tracy Lynn, sorry?
If council, I'll just point out that there is another staff recommendation that the committee recommends for the broadband committee meeting. Recommends that that committee identify the priority level of the core backbone project, broadband project.
Okay.
So then, council may wish to just consider the 3 remaining projects to identify as priorities, the level of priorities,
Okay.
and also the funding source. And that would be for the airport and the West Country roads and the resource roads.
Sure. Now, as I recall, the resource road may be a partnership type opportunity. We don't have full definition of that partnership at this time. We have good news around it, but not completely good news because it requires a tripartite commitment. Mr. Emmons, maybe if you would share what you can.
I will do my best, and I'll look to my colleague, Director Hansen, to help me out if I get any of this a little bit even off. The only one we're really committed to on that list is the airport. We're engaged in a partnership there. We've made commitments. The resource road, the only remaining road on our to-do list is the Ochis. It does not fit that program, which is why we're going out on other avenues for partnerships. So, like I said, out of core backbone, West Country roads or resource, the only one we're really committed to is airport for this committee's consideration, because that's already been extended out to an external municipality, and we've made commitments there.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Then perhaps the order of things would need to go airport, resource road, as there's another partnership potentially there, and West Country roads. If I remember correctly, in a previous strat planning meeting, we were gonna look at if that road needed to be done at its 15-year mark, or if that was something that can be extended out, but you guys were gonna be looking at those as case by case, et cetera, unless I'm misremembering that conversation. We were looking at maybe extending our overlays out.
Mr. Hansen, would you have a comment?
Absolutely. I think we're interpreting what the West Country Road project is. West Country Road project was actually the rehabilitation of the next 5 kilometers of gravel road from the TC Energy pipeline on the on the North Fork Road up to the bridge.
Yeah.
It also leads into the larger conversation of the bridge conversation over the Ram, very expensive bridge. So it hasn't been our highest priority. So the conversation did include actually that it was set into the timeline. And it's always been, it's funny about this, the conversation, how it's morphed today about it's in the timeline, but unfunded, and that's a lot of how we've done things historically. It was more of a placeholder. We've never really had this much in-depth conversation about how every single project's gonna be funded, because I think typically we've made it work, always made it work. The West Country Road project, for example, it's in the timeline, but it's been identified as underfunded for where it is in the timeline. So there again, that one I would definitely offer that one up. Either a comparison to say, does it meet, is the reconstruction of that West Country gravel road meet as high as some of the other priorities that you've taken off the list here today, or bump down that priority line? How does it weigh against an ag rec facility? How does it weigh against the admin building duration? How does it weigh against paving?
Can I respond back to that?
Sure, if you would, yeah, go ahead,
Well,
and then
and-
I'll go to Councillor Rath.
And with the West Country roads, I always thought we put money into that fund, and then when we could afford to do part of that project, we did it. It wasn't based on this is how much we have to accomplish that by 2028. It was we're put money in and we will build the next chunk when there's enough money there to do it. It seems like we're kind of maybe having a shift in the philosophy, particularly on this road, because that's how I thought it used to be looked at.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe we're really close to being funded through the West Country Road Reserve, because we did already bump it down because of that reason. So it was to actually shift it down. And I just don't have the funding versus the project cost in front of me to say, but I'm pretty sure the West Country Road Reserve was fully funded by the time we got there.
It's very close. It's an additional 136,000 to go in to have it completed in 2027. I don't know if, again, shifting it down changes the price of it and then changes how much we have to put in.
But then there's the next 5 kilometers. So that's why, like, because there's always, like, that road doesn't just stop at the bridge. So that's why I thought that it was funded on a base amount every year until you could do a chunk. And then it was funded at a base amount every year until we could do a chunk. Because, like, and that road gets progressively more difficult to do the further down you get. I mean, it's not traveled heavily, but what it is traveled by is heavy. So that, and like you said, that bridge is a big key part of that, and that curve coming up out of that bridge. But that's how I always thought it was previously funded.
Yeah, and that's, you're absolutely right. The problem with it used to be where it was, actually, I think it was like $1.5 million was the first estimate. And we were actually just about funded. And then we had a very large 20 to 25% inflationary increase in the cost of road construction. So that took that $1.5 million job and turned it into 3.2. Like, it was just about 50% on that one, compared to what we reconstructed the first 10 kilometers for. Yeah. So under that philosophy, if you want to remain with that program, you know, I guess we should move it down one more year. Hopefully we don't mess with the estimate there. We can take our chances to say that should be right in 2026 or whenever it's scheduled for.
Because after, like, 2028, 2029, like, it stops being funded after that, and there is more kilometers to do.
Yeah, the 300,000 per year is actually a policy-driven, it's a policy-driven investment of $300,000 per year. Maybe that's just not reflected in the documents, but it typically should be. $300,000 in perpetuity is from what the policy says.
Correct, it should have been identified right till 2030.
Councilor Graham?
I just want to make sure it's a request for tender job to do that job, if my memory serves me correctly. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm allowed to stay here. Thank you.
And Councilor Ratcliffe?
The Deputy Reeve brought up the issue of asphalt overlay. And some of the roads that are scheduled for that seem to be in still quite good condition, that we might push those back a couple of years. Will that help next year's budget if we did that?
It typically doesn't, because it's just kicking the can.
Yeah.
Farther they degrade, actually, the less life you actually get on the long term. Our engineers and our team just actually did a road tour on Friday by looking at there again, those recommendations to see, as we go through our spring breakup and our entire summer's worth, is that the right road recommendation to bring to council for budget? So that is actively being looked at. We've provided a work plan with kilometers with roads identified, but those roads are subject to change. If this council wanted to bump roads one more year, I wouldn't anticipate a catastrophic failure. I know what catastrophic failures look like on asphalt roads, and they're horrible. We don't want to go there. East of the James River store a few years ago, spring breakup, that was a catastrophic failure, and that was, it was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. It chunked out so bad, and basically just about had to close that road. It was getting so horrible, and then I say in the moisture getting into that sub base, and then the emergent repair that the province was required to do to that road. I've never seen anything like it. So we don't ever want to get our roads to that type of degradation. We are also looking at different maintenance strategies. You know, if we just see the worst of the worst, you know, is it more, you know, we could start patching, you know, do asphalt patches there instead of doing an overlay over the entire road. Discussions I've had with this council, which seem to be supported is that we are still trying to get our roads, as per our policy, up to band-free. We want to be able to get rid of our 75, 90% road bans and get our roads up to a band-free standard for the mobility of our traffic. Again, that's policy-driven, it's been mentioned to council, so that's why we were staying with the 15-year asphalt overlay cycle on our band roads to try to get those up to band-free, and then with our band-free roads, we're moving those to a 20-year cycle. And those are 15 and 20 years, you know, it's not the first time you've heard that's the average life cycle for a asphalt surface road, and that is true. Do people extend them well beyond that? Yes, but it's usually at a cost and, or like I say, a catastrophic failure. So we are revisiting that, our projects list for, again, our band roads that will be scheduled, because we are coming up right into like 2009, 2010, 11 is when we did a lot of overlays because of the economical rate that we were seeing with asphalt oil. It's one of those commodities actually that does cycle. It doesn't, we're estimating as an inflationary amount that's gonna keep going up and up and up, but there's been a history, even in the time that I've been here, is that in 2007, it was $125 asphalt, and then by 2009, we were seeing down to 68. So we took advantage of that fantastic pricing, actually did more overlays when the oil price softened up. So it's not necessarily, building construction doesn't ever seem to go that way. Like to construct a building, and it's never cheaper than it was 10 years ago. But asphalt does have that cycle.
Do you expect that when this study review is complete, that the list of roads might change?
Yeah, by the time, like I said, we've just done the evaluation. They did the road tour there on Friday. So we're waiting, I'm actually waiting to get back from our engineers and our team there from what roads and what the recommendation would be for the road list for next year.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking forward to hearing about that.
Sure.
Yes, Sirhan.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, change the list that's not fully funded, so it's called council priorities not fully funded. So it's not unfunded, it's that they're not fully funded to the point of the date of construction or purchasing. And they'll still be discussed at the same time.
So would I be fair to say that those have a start time, which is now, but don't have an end date?
Yeah, so for example, like the ag rec facility would be on there just because we're still funding it at $500,000 a year, but we don't know, we're not funding it to the point that it could be constructed within 5 years or 10 years.
All right, so we do have placed number of priorities on the list there.
So the funding source or the resource road would be restricted surplus. It's already fully funded. Resource road for the second one down, Trace. It's restricted surplus. So then the other two options would be either transfer to restricted surplus for these priorities. And I guess West Country Road, it would be just if it's still, if you're staying with the 300,000 per year until we have enough in that restricted surplus account, then that's the priority we would be setting for it. So then the additional transfer wouldn't need to happen. I think so, yeah.
Deputy Reed Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I believe that since that is already a policy that's in place, we should continue forward with that policy regarding the West Country Road. And if we feel that it needs to be changed, then that policy can come back and that can be reflected at that time. in the meantime, we can continue forward with that policy.
Councillor Graham, please.
I was just going to ask for the West Country roads, is it more suited to be on the not funded one then, when we're continuously funding it, or no?
Right, we could move the project to the council priorities not fully funded until, estimate for the project would equal what is in the restricted surplus.
Or do we just move it 1 year and then it's funded?
If you think that that will fund it, yeah.
Right now, it's about
26 to 27.
Looks like 27 to 28.
So it'd be shifted down.
27 to 28.
It's likely gonna be higher, you're right. The estimate likely have to go up for,
Right.
that's 4 years out. So
Yeah,
it's hard, it's just about the inflationary amount.
Yeah, no,
Right, it's so hard to, so underfunded, I think is appropriate.
okay.
If we get close, I don't know.
I just like that there's already a policy for it, so. Like, we just follow that policy or bring that policy back and we can change it. But currently, there's a policy for that and for the continual rebuild of that road. So, I don't know why we would change it anyway. Sorry. Are you turning yours off? It's gonna poke.
Oh. Okay. So that's what's before us. Sorry, Mr. Emmons.
Just
Sorry
for
to
clarification, if I'm understanding the whole conversation correctly, it would be adhering to the policy, continuing to put 300,000, but take the West Country topic into the underfunded portion of the budget until it's estimated that there is enough amount to go out for tender. Just, it's not dated.
Correct.
Yeah. And if it's being funded at the $300,000 mark, it may be sometime later than 2028 with
Or
inflation.
that policy can be brought back and we
Well,
can
that's- you're
reassess the
absolutely right.
inflationary requirements for that road.
Okay. Councillor Graham.
If that road is a huge priority too, we could take the regional wastewater system and put that toward it. I don't know if it's in that bad of shape, I'm not sure where it's at, but just, yeah, it depends, every road does, but just a suggestion.
Well, I'll just say it this way. I believe our staff is fully competent of bringing forward emergent issues to us if we recognize that there is one of these things that we've put lower in the priority list that is going to become a problem, that we have a future discussion on that and we reallocate a restricted surplus or find a debenture or rob a bank, whatever we need to do to make sure that the safety of our community is protected in that process. That's what we're charged with doing. So we have a great staff that will hopefully let us know before we get to a critical point.
Well said.
All right. So we do have a recommendation before us. Would anybody be willing to do one or both of those recommendations? Councillor Graham.
I would like to make a motion that the committee recommends that council considers approving the following discretionary projects in order of priority funded by revenue sources as identified below in the 2024 to 2033 10-year capital plan. Projects is listed on the board.
Sure.
Or should I say them? Does it matter? I don't know.
I think you're good, or at least I am, as long as there's clarity within those people that raise their hands. I'm okay with moving forward? I see some consensus around the table. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. There's another suggestion or recommendation there. Would anybody be willing to make that? I see Councillor Swanson was quick to the draw.
That the committee recommends that the broadband committee identify priority level of core backbone broadband project and funding source for the 2024 to 2033 10-year capital plan for council's consideration, funding 2024 budget deliberations.
Thank you so much. Discussion on that recommendation? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried, and it looks as though my teleprompter says there's one more here. Would anybody be willing to create that as a process moving forward through a resolution or through a motion? Councillor Graham. Oh, sorry, Mr. Hanson.
I'm not gonna make the motion. But I wanna get to the bottom of that motion. When it says, about additional information on the above mentioned projects, love to have the extent to the context of what you're looking for information. What are we looking for information? What was the discussion or what was the work plan that came out of that discussion?
Just perusing the first one on that list, I know that could take some time for additional information to come back on the ag rec facility for sure. Admin building probably would require a fair amount of information too to come to a decision. I don't know what timeline, what is council looking for? A timeline, October 30th seems appropriate to match budget, but it also means a lot of work, I can believe, over the next number of weeks. I guess I would look to, thank you for that, but I look to administration of what they believe an appropriate timeline would be for that level of information. So
I'll speak to the admin building because I'm probably the subject matter expert when it comes to the design that we did historically. So we do have a set of drawings, we have a set of blueprints as such. Actually, that was, now it's 10 years dated, or it's going to be 10 years dated by the time we get to 2028. The investment that we put into the facility up there, council's well aware of, that was in the neighborhood of 4.2 million. What we made up for the investment that we put into the north quarter, prepping the site, bringing in the services to the degree that they are today. But in the last 6 years, we've heard from the previous council and this council that may not be the proper location for the admin building. So all the work that we've done historically would be negated, plus the evolution of this organization, how much we've changed in 10 years for staffing requirements, space, far undersized on our IT space allocations that we put in the design. We've had some feedback from mechanics there about what their spaces are. So there would be it's a large task to, depends on what question you are you gonna ask me again on October 30th to what, we've set out 10 years ago, we said it was gonna be $30 million. I think it was last year we bumped it up to 40. That was just based on inflation, touching that project in the last 6 years. So I don't know what new information you'd be looking for or what I could provide by October 30th, but if you had something on your mind that you were looking for an answer to for that meeting, I'd be happy to, I'd love to know what that is.
Well, I guess much as we've learned today through this exercise is that we were trying to set appropriate amounts to build a reserve so that as we get closer to that date, that we have a substantial amount of that money to move forward with completion of a project such as the ag rec facility or an admin building, any one of those things. Some of them need a little bit more clarity from what I've heard from council today on what that building would be. Admin building, we do have, like you say, plans of 10 years ago, basically, or 8 years ago, whatever the case might be. Probably a good baseline to understand where we need to be a number of years from now. I guess, look, we have a number of lights. I'll go to Councillor Graham and then the deputy.
I think that for me, all three of those topics, because I believe that the waste was on there as well, I think that they all require us to sit down and have conversations about what we're looking for. The ag rec facility, for example, do we need a $22 million facility? I think that a lot of them are council just sitting down and hashing it out what we need. And I know for the waste, we're not, I guess it's the same thing. Do we need the big fancy building? What's our plan there? So I think that most of the information is for council to get together and have a meeting and figure it out. I think it's not all just administrative information. And also what I heard too was public consultation on those as well.
And Deputy Reid-Mill.
Very well said. I agree. A visioning opportunity, I think, needs to happen, particularly with the two facilities. And with the waste facility, I think the Nordegg and the Crammon still need to take place. As I said, I think the things that are being done to those sites were safety-based, and we never ever want to cut something that affects the safety of the public. That's not what the information coming back was needed for. In my opinion, it was more the central site where information was needed, that piece of the pie. The Nordegg Crammond upgrades scheduled for 2024, I believe those still need to go forward. So hopefully that does give a little bit more information to Public Works Operations on that end of things. But yeah, the other two, absolutely, agreed.
And Councillor Swanson.
I believe we'll have some more information on the next meeting on the 26th in regards to our closed session, in regards to the rec facility. That'll afford us an opportunity to have that discussion more wholesomely at the end of October. As far as the administration building, yes, this council needs to have that discussion. Do we need full public consultation again? I disagree. I think it's a quick survey. They know the basics of what has happened. Do we need full onslaught of public, like we did for the MDP and the LUB? No, I think it's just something quick and informative. This isn't, we're not starting from scratch from that discussion. It isn't that long ago, 2016 is when it really came out to the public, so it's still pretty fresh. And as far as the solid waste, just coming back from the Grand Prairie, I have although I've read the management plan in this, I didn't see, and maybe I've skipped over it. Coming back from Grand Prairie, I have questions in regards to methane capture. Is that going to be a requirement within 15, 20 years down the road? I mean, we should be aware of it, that there is something coming down the pipe. Same thing about the opportunity to discuss a little bit more on our recycling end of things. Like the EPR is coming down, like what does that look like? I don't want to build for today, I want to build for tomorrow. So that's where I'm at as far as, and I don't want to overbuild either. So let's build something that captures, and then we can pivot as the government brings down regulations, more regulations, and in that whether it be the feds or the province. So because waste will continually be a hot topic. So that's how I feel about these, for information for these three items.
Okay. So what I gather, we're not trying to pick out a color palette. We're trying to look at basic footprint and really a needs assessment and trying to balance that with our future budgeting to build the reserve to match that need. I don't know if that's helpful. Mr. Magnus.
Yeah. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So just to piggyback off Eric's comments regarding the ag, or I should say the administration building, again there, on the behalf of our team, Kate Reed, Eric and myself a little bit of clarification on the central station. What is it exactly that you want to find further information on?
I'll go with the Deputy Reeve first.
Thank you, Reeve. I honestly, the location for me, I've heard a lot that that's not the best location. Or at least from the residents. I understand that the study that you guys did said that that is the ideal location. However, it was the ideal location because that was the location the county owned. And so I've heard a lot that the location is not ideal for residents. Now keep in mind, my residents are southwest of that, not around it, so keep that in mind. But that's what I have heard, is location more than anything.
And Councillor Swanson.
And I've had, please leave it there. I'm so used to it there for the last 2 years, don't move it again. So, other than the fact, and I think we've all heard this, is some form of the share shed, you know, that that's every time. So, that's what I hear the most. Not necessarily the location. Location is, please don't move it again, so.
Deputy Reeve now. Oh, sorry, Councillor Graham and then Deputy Reeve.
I actually had an email from a gentleman who does not want a share shed, so that's the first time I've heard that. But for me, I would just like to figure out, you know, do we want this kind of a building? Like us sitting down, having that plan in front of us again and figuring things out from that personally. That's what I need to discuss to figure out how to move forward with that.
And Deputy Reeve?
It's always interesting getting the different perspectives from different divisions and what people want based on what part of the county that they're in. I actually just sent an email about reuse sheds this morning because I heard again that our reuse shed's coming back. So that's funny that you got one that people don't want them, because that's one of the number one things when waste comes up. We want a reuse shed. So and ag plastics. They also would like to have it so that they can drop off their ag plastics again. Somebody thinks they can't right now, I guess.
And I think for me, an opportunity to define whether this is going to be something that is a showpiece for like reuse, reduce, you know, typical green concerns, or is it a functional utility to handle what we have as a community? So got to find that balance of where we're at. I know I've heard price tags from little to much bigger. So want to make sure what we're getting for those numbers and try to again match and balance the need with what we believe is a priority. And sorry, where am I at? Sir Hand, please.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is the ag rec facility, the admin building, and the central solid waste transfer station upgrades should be moved to the the council priorities not fully funded, and for discussion in future council meetings.
Okay.
Oh, so a motion's not required, Tracy.
So motion's not required? Okay. I'm okay with that.
All right.
So I believe, unless Ms. Sirhan, you have anything else? Any
Nope.
final comments by anybody around the table? Well, the true final comment is if somebody would be willing to make a final motion of the day related to item 7. You need to scooch over one seat? Well, I'll take it that that's a motion for adjournment. So with that, I would call that question all in favor. And that is carried. Thank you very much for all the information today and a lot of soul searching and hard work here. I appreciate what we were able to accomplish, and we've certainly created tasks for administration, given some direction.
I really appreciate all the work and the direction today. Thank you.
And if my tires are slashed, I'll know who it was. Thanks.
I think we're live still.
I know.
Okay.
It could be any one of 12,000, right? Thanks so much. See you soon.